Okay, so last time we did this, we didn't actually mean to. Why don't we do this for realsies this time?
Light be with you.
Well, we focus to hold our ground at Winterguard and deal with the unfolding events of the Wrathgate. Battalions from as far away as Westfall battle their way through the dense foliage and inhospitable denizens of the Grizzly Hills, all in hopes of finding alternate routes to Icecrown. Lieutenant Dumont, stationed at Amber Pine Lodge, has enlisted the aid of able-bodied citizens willing to risk life and limb in the uncharted wilds. Will you rise to meet this challenge? Farewell forever, Shadow. I will never see you again. Is that a dwarf? It's a dwarf. I'll leave you at the Amber Pine Lodge in no time, ally. I just need to make one quick stop first. And that stop is, of course, Noxoramas. That would be funny, wouldn't it? He's like, hang on. All right, here you are. And you're like, wait, this isn't where I'm supposed to go. And he's like, nope, sorry, bye. He just leaves. So you're left up on a floating citadel with the only way out being either to go through the citadel or to die by jumping to your death. Wouldn't that be fun? You think it'd be bad left up on one of those islands in Nagrand? Imagine being left up on a necropolis. We're going to do a quick flyby of Conquest Hold to see what those filthy, no good horde are up to. Keep your eyes peeled for their Rindwiders. Not that they'd ever catch me. I hear there's this warlord conqueror Krenna in here who's kind of a terrible person. We're kind of hoping that she gets killed by her sisters so they stop being terrible people. Who knows, though? That's kind of a long shot. Let's see here. I do love the walls of this fortress, admittedly. It seems fairly defensible. Hello everyone, by the way. Salty, King Bubble, Lurker, Jungies, Shadow, except you're leaving, Corwin, Mindblast, Redix, and Admiral. Oh my god! There they are! Oh god, hold on tight! They're throwing axes at us on spears. And we should probably be dead. I've played Warcraft 3. 3 wyverns would crush a griffin. Oh no, I'm sure she's fine, Psychotic. She only had to murder her sister because her sister turned into a power-mad tyrant who was damaging her own people and her own cause more than she was the enemy. You know what the best part is? I've often felt that one of the biggest reasons why the Horde and the Alliance are versus each other here in Grizzly Hills is because of the fact that Krenna was so anti-Alliance that she pushed the other side into open conflict. And the Alliance was more than happy to reciprocate, of course, because they're the Alliance. And then Gorgona took over and she's like, well, crap, now I'm left with this war that I can't stop because nobody in the Alliance is going to be like, oh, sorry, we changed leadership, we don't want to fight you anymore, is that okay? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grizzly Hills. Call me weird, but I actually rather enjoy the Grizzly Hills. This is a pretty cool area. Some fun quests here. It's not a lot of super plot-heavy stuff. It feels like a break zone, especially after the Dragon Blight, which is a pretty heavy zone with some very severe and massive incidents happening in it. And the next zone, which is Zuldrak, which is basically Nightmare Central. So yeah, I rather enjoy questing through the Grizzly Hills. Hopefully you'll enjoy questing through here too. Wait. Aha! Silly me. This suit is not currently winning. It's okay, now we have the ability to change this at will.
Crunchies, crunchies, lucky doos and root.
Really? Nice, Psychotic. I've only ever gotten one spirit beast myself. The one you probably are aware of. Let's see. What? Let's go with that one.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
There we go. Skittles suit. Engage. Behold, I am rare for the Outland. That is a good question, Mind Blast. I don't have a good answer for you. But you're right. We do know for a fact they were taken in before everything went bad. So the best answer I have for you is that other undead we just didn't see. Because if you remember, the camera didn't stay on the actual Wrathgate itself very long. So it's possible other undead dragged them back in. But I don't know exactly is the truth. Alright, let's do this. Leroy. Lieutenant Dumont. The Alliance has maintained this remote lodge for a while. It's seen some use by our hunters and woodsmen. With the war going on, you'd better believe the military is in charge now, though. That's true, I will, Psychotic. One way or the other. You almost shot down, huh? Savage monsters, those Horde. Payback will come for what they've done. You can count on that much. Wait. How are they savage monsters for defending their outpost from you? Ah, whatever.
See you later.
We've reached a deadlock with the Horde in Grizzly Hills. Our forces are just about evenly matched, and all signs so far point to a stalemate. Until this morning, that is. The local trappers have requested our help. Apparently, the Horde took something that belongs to them. A relic of some sort. We get this back for them, they'll give us the edge we need. Head to the Evergreen Trading Post and look for that cedar chest. Excellent!
Be careful.
Yeah, no, it's kind of a plot hole, Mind Blast, but I get why they didn't want to show that on screen. Because it's not really a plot hole. I mean, imagine... there's a reality when it comes to directing. You can't show all the details in big epic scenes. It interrupts flow, right? It may make sense. It may be what actually happened. But when you're watching this big epic cutscene, you don't want to suddenly see, and then his body was dragged away by the Scourge. It just interrupts the flow of the scene. There's actually quite a few different games, movies, books, where they don't show little details because of that exact reason. So I understand why they don't show how exactly they managed to get Bolvar in there. I do wish they had at least had like a text explanation later of, oh, and then, these people did this or whatever. Actually, my personal pet theory is that that there were Valkyr there, personally, who could fly in, literally, and just be like, and drag them out. That's my pet theory on the matter, especially since the Valkyr would probably be the ones to collect them anyways. But again, off camera.
Need help?
Let's see. Redix, that's our current donation incentive for our 3 suits, which are currently on the middle suit, also known as the Skittles suit. Behold our glory. Good day, Death Knight. I can't do a Gilnean accent. Please don't ask me to. The good old lieutenant here says there's been a Horde raid on our storehouse. And that's left our food supply dangerously low. No doubt we'll make those cretins pay. But first, we need to focus our attention on restocking. My men are doing all they can, but we're going to need every able body to contribute if we're to avert a crisis. You should have no trouble harvesting venison from the local stag. Happy hunting!
Light bless you.
It's donations for me to keep living, Redix. I don't understand that question. I will say I don't enjoy the Gilnean accent. Not because I don't enjoy the accent. Actually, I actually do enjoy the accent. It's because of the fact that I hate the Gilneans. I'm sorry, I do. I want the Gilneans to all die. Okay, that's a bit extreme. But, you know, I just smack them a couple of times. Oh my god. Gilnean pride is so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's so over the top. I just want to smack some sense into them. Anyways, we'll get to that later. As if we didn't have enough to concern ourselves with. With the present food crisis, we find ourselves competing for food with the local wargs. The situation is becoming most dire.
Or the Alliance.
Well, let's go deal with that. I don't know. Honestly, Night Elf pride at least has a little bit more reason to exist. Gilnean pride is like, we're the best at everything, all the time, always, forever. It's like, really? Really? Anyways. So, Mind Blast, that's an interesting question. It has never been 100% confirmed who was speaking in that voice, Mind Blast. However, the actual sound file, the actual specific wave file that is in the game files is Sargeras. So, your stomach growls as the pungent smells of hearty nuts draws your attention to a bucket of seeds. Though some thoughtful soul has obviously left these complimentary morsels here to rejuvenate wary visitors. Grateful, you take the remaining few and devour them. Nom, 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 tasty, nom, nom. The seeds do not disappoint. Finding yourself hungry for more, you set out to discover their origins. Now, let's be 100% clear. The only reason the Scourge were kept out was because of the incident with the Worgen and the fact that the Scourge left. That the Scourge primary force was like, no, we got other things to deal with, and went after Quel'Thalas. I mean, seriously. They were not going to keep out the Scourge if the Scourge were like, hey!
Greetings.
You did what? Those were amber seeds. That was an entire harvest's worth. Those magical seeds may have been the answer to our food crisis. Ugh, you are going to make this right. Dude, those seeds were so delicious. We must act quickly. We can't risk letting those precious seeds come out, become fully digested. They need to... Okay, I'm sorry. We must act quickly. We can't risk letting those precious seeds become fully digested. You know, the ones we just ate. They need to come out now. Forage up some blackroot from the riverbank just west of here, and I'll make you a purgative that'll get things roomy. Hurry! And remember, you brought this on yourself.
Be careful.
Gee, thanks. Oh, wow. Well, time to vomit for the cause. Look, I'll admit the wall is cool and all, but I just want to smack every single one of Gilneans for their close-minded, stupid mentality of someone joker donating $20. Because screw the Gilneans, am I right, Zoan? Where's the... Shoot, hang on. Where's my... Did I lose it? I lost it. Alright, hang on. Yeah, I know, Darker, but some get to me more than others. I'm sure other people that's true for, too. Some people just can't tolerate some crap more than other crap, and the Gilneans just really piss me off. Well, I don't have a nope.avi as a one, but if you insist. You should spend the money on yourself, Renix. I think that would be the best thing to do.
Come, shop, browse, smell.
Actually, I guess I should just... Cancel.
May your feet find good trails.
Of course not, Zawan. We're going to play a Worgen later. I know you're thinking, you are playing a Worgen. No, that's not what I mean. When we actually play a Worgen, we will discuss the Gilneans in depth and how incredibly stupid they are, how much I want to smack them in the face! God, frickin' Gilnean idiots! Sorry, it's just... Yes, Hylisk donated the axe, so we can now transmog on at will, basically. I'm just going to leave the hat on. It's easier. Behold, Admiral Xylom. Do I have the... I don't have the Admiral title. I don't have the... I should have the Captain title. Oh, I might not be high enough level for it. Mere seconds ago, Salty. It's okay, we can transmog at will. Any advice for a new player? Yeah, make one of the newer races. Their intro zones are better. Also play Horde, because the Horde is better. Oh, screw that, Psychotic. So as you can see, this place is rather lush and blooming and beautiful and gorgeous and wonderful and amazing. In fact, you might even be forgiven for saying that this place has some Night Elf influence on it. We literally just started, Zawon. We are on the first bundle of quests in the Grizzly Hills. As the Alliance, I should say. We already did the Horde stuff last night. Don't do it, Redix. Get a burger. A Night Elf Hunter. Seriously, though. You should not play on a PvP server. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't. If you don't have friends, if you're starting by yourself, do not play on a PvP server. You should probably play a hunter, because it's the easiest class to learn, but all of the classes work equally well, really, at this point in time. And, yeah, you should make a Goblin, Worgen, Pandaren, no, you can't. I would also probably say that a Gnome or a Forsaken or a... Give me a moment to think about that. A Troll would also work. And that's really it. Those are probably the ones that, in my opinion, have the best starter zone experience at this point in time. The kind who wants to enjoy the game's a one. And yes, do not start with a Death Knight. You notice I didn't mention a Death Knight there. You do not want to start with a Death Knight. I really do enjoy the music of this zone quite a bit. I enjoy the aesthetic of this zone. Like I said, it feels like a nice break, especially coming straight out of Dragonblight, which is snow and other snow, and frankly, songs that I don't enjoy. I never liked the music in Dragonblight, but I love the music in like every zone from this point on. Which is Grizzly Hills, Zuldrak, Shalazar, Storm Peaks, woo! And of course, Ice Crown. Hey, Noblesse. What is up? Hopefully things will be looking better for you in this near future. I have to admit, some of the Death Knight specs seem to flow better than the other Death Knight specs for me. For example, Blood, completely perfect in my opinion, at least as it is right now. Everything is smooth, there's very few gaps in rune availability, as long as you're doing things properly. Also, hello to my Austrian fans. Austria is awesome. the runic power generation seems a little bit more, again, smooth in Blood. I've never quite enjoyed Frost. Frost is extremely bursty in my experience, and a little bit too dependent on its procs. Unholy is fairly smooth too, actually, so in my opinion, Unholy and Blood, those are both the really good, probably the best specs in terms of my enjoyment. Not in terms of quality, not in terms of whether they're good or bad, just they're the ones that fit with me best, personally. Does that make sense? And now to kill these hordes, scum, for the Alliance. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I am on American servers, because that's where I live. That's where my friends play. Yeah, Paladin, Druid, or Monk are good starting classes, Fearsome, because they can do anything. Tank, DPS, or heal. So, pretty much whatever you want to do, you can do. I admit I've also always had a fondness for pet classes, Darker. So that's another reason I tend to enjoy Unholy. Same reason I was a Demo Lock back in the day. And a Beast Hunter. It wasn't about whether it was better or worse, it was about the fact that I had a pet. Oh yeah, Hunter is easily the easiest class to level, but Fearsome probably doesn't want easy, knowing him. Also, there's a reason Hunters have such a terrible reputation. Unfortunate, but that it is. Because, yeah. Fearsome, you make very long trips. Or you know where you're going. You should have seen what it was like back in the day, where it was like... Yes, I actually did, someone, legitimately. There we go. Of course, my Warlock in Vanilla only ever got to level 30. Because leveling in Vanilla was like pulling my teeth out and then stabbing myself in the eyes with them. But, I'm so sorry, Thrace. I should turn in these quests. Let's go turn these in. Where are we? Where are we? You.
What can I do for you?
The name of the quest to retrieve the seeds is Just Passing Through. These should do just fine. He deftly twists the stalks and collects their sticky fluid in a tiny vial. There we go. Now the time to get down to business. Alright, Worgen, here's the juice. It works immediately, so don't use it until you're safely inside the outhouse. Now get me those seeds.
Go with honor, friend.
Oh. Hero of the Alliance. And a chosen champion of the Lich King. Let's just hop into the outhouse here. The music just sells this. Okay. I've done that, by the way, Zoan. And yeah, you are correct. Of course, I also leveled a Paladin in Vanilla.
King's honor, friend.
How goes... Oh, wait, hang on. Let's turn it out of the quest
well
first.
met.
The name of the quest, by the way, that was Doing Your Duty. Get those seeds partially processed. Well, Xylom, everything come out okay? Oh, it looks like we got him just in time.
Be careful.
Oh, my God. How goes the hunt, Worgen? Ah, here are some choice pieces of meat. Also, ding level
Light bless
80.
you.
Holy crap. In Grizzly Hills, wow. Let's see. Yeah, this is going to be scrolling for a bit. What do we just get? Army of the Dead, finally. Why is it? Because they're the best classes, Backsiege, obviously. Where's... Why did that get locked again? It's so weird. There we go. You know what? I think in honor of the quest we did to hit 80, we shouldn't take the picture right there. We should take the picture right by this thing. Yep, I think this is appropriate. Let's see. Yeah, we're good with being a lore master.
Greetings.
So, good work, Death Knight. This should help ensure the wildlife in these parts ends up where it should. Roasting over our fires. Well, Xylom, we've determined how the Horde was able to locate our hidden stores of food. Turns out they're binding their sight to the unsuspecting eagles that soar above the trees here. Using eagle vision, they were able to effectively spy on our every action. By order of the Lieutenant, we've got to hunt down these birds to thwart our enemy. This is a nice bit of continuity, by the way. On the Horde quest, you also have to go after the birds to get their eyes, to spy on the Alliance. So,
Or the Alliance.
ties in nicely there. Nope, we're the lore master today, is the one. We've all been working hard, and it's beginning to pay off, but we're still far from our goal. We need much more meat than we have, and it's growing clear the local stag population won't be enough by itself. I'm afraid we need more dangerous prey. I want to eat bear steaks! I wonder what
Light
bear
bless you.
tastes like. Anyone else ever wonder that? Has anyone here ever eaten bear, maybe? I don't know.
Hey there.
You bring me that box? Locked, isn't it? Looks pretty ordinary. No matter. If this gets us the edge we need, then I couldn't care less if the cure for the plague was in there. We have what the trappers want. Now it's time to sign them up with our side. Take the chest to the trapper named Ivan at Aspen Grove Post. If all goes well, we'll have the local woodsmen serving as scouts for the King's army in no time.
Have a good one.
Oh, you, Morgan. There's no sense of standing around with this work to be done. Draktherin Keep is the most direct route into Zoldrak. We must capture it to ensure safe passage for the Alliance. But until we get the numbers to make an assault, we'll have to content ourselves in thinning out the ice trolls and collecting intel. To that end, we've conscripted a gang of thugs to capture and deliver live trolls for interrogation. Well, we'll go
See
deal
you
with that
around.
later. Bear meatballs? Eyebrow raise. Actually, I probably should go do that, like, right now, before I forget, since we hit 80. Oh, sorry, Noblest. I saw your question earlier, and I just completely spaced answering it. I can't really recommend a server, personally, on the US to play on. At this point in time, it doesn't even matter that much other than for your auction house. But I haven't really been paying attention to the auction house for some time, so I can't actually give you a good answer there. If anybody else knows any really good community servers on the US, that would be awesome. I can't recommend my server because the only reason I'm on it is because my friends are on it. It's, I mean, it's not a bad server if you don't want to interact with other people. Where am I going? Stormwind. Yes. What? The... Oh, yeah, that's, well, I guess we have no choice but to accept that. There are several servers that do still have a community, yes, Darker. All cynicism and sarcasm aside, yes, there is still a community. Admittedly, my server is actually nice if you want people who are pretty cool, because that's you know, how that works out.
Hello.
Yes, fearsome.
See you soon.
There we go. We now have 430% flight speed. Yay! Everyone in chat is like, why does that matter? I may have miscalculated. Does this lead to the Borean Tundra or to the Howling Fjord? What's that? Oh, is this the Vashir quest?
Light be with you.
Yep, that's
Go
the
with
Vashir
honor,
quest.
friend.
God, I cannot wait. This is the Borean Tundra. I need to do a quick bit of math. Where's wetlands? Right there, so... I think this is still faster. Especially if the boat's right here. So, whatever. That's why I should have played a mage. While we head back. In lore, because there's no reason in lore, Deutsch. I'm 100% serious, by the way, Deutsch. As of Warlords, the Horde Alliance dichotomy isn't actually a thing in lore. It's just randomly, and here's PvP! There's been no lore explanation for the actual fighting between the two. And I mean the actual fighting. Skirmishing is always going to happen. And there's always going to be some people on the one side who don't like some people on the other side. I mean, that's logical. But, as far as actual conflict, no, there's no lore reason for that. However, we do know some lore reasons for why some members of the Alliance are attacking some members of the Horde in Legion. That is a thing we do have some lore explanation for, which I don't want to spoil because lots of people are avoiding Legion spoilers. I'm this tempted to just say, screw it, Legion spoilers forevermore, so I can start talking about stuff openly, but yeah. What? I mean, Harrison, look, he's fine, okay? He survived dying in Zul'Aman. He can survive dying to us. No, I've already said this spoiler out loud. I hate having to constantly be like, and here's a giant spoiler tidbit, and here's a giant spoiler tidbit. Let's just say that I know which Alliance person is attacking which Horde person in Legion. It is nice to see the Alliance being the aggressors there. I don't have anything to talk about right now. Are the Kvaldir explained in Vashir? No, the Kvaldir are explained in Legion. I actually talked about that when we were going through the Borean Tundra. So I explained the Kvaldir already. There's not much of an explanation, but there is an explanation there. Here's the short version. It's the Titan's fault. I am exceptionally excited for Legion. And, yeah. I was excited for Warlords, even though I was also pissed off about Warlords. Warlords is such a weird thing. It's like, I love playing through Warlords. I love questing through Warlords. I love the actual storylines of Warlords. And then the rest of Warlords, I'm just like, oh my god, why? Why did you do this to me? Not everything, Nether. Yes, I do, Komodo. Not WoW in particular, but streaming and doing recordings, yes. I have no idea, Zewon. Here, look, I'll just whisper it to you because you're terrible. There you go. There's your spoiler. Shush! So, question for you guys. If you had to actually... Ow! If you had to actually go to one of these zones in Northrend and live here full-time, not as like an adventurer or a hero, just as a person, just as you, which of these zones would you pick to live in? Have I tried raiding? I quit raiding after Wrath, basically. I do what is referred to as casual raiding now, because I don't have the time to devote to real raiding, and I don't have a guild. So no, I have not actually properly raided since we got our server second first heroic 25 Lich King kill. Ice Crown. I'm surprised. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Most people are saying the Grizzly Hills or the Fjord. Yeah, we were actually in a race for Lich King 25 Heroic for quite some time there. And it literally got to the point where they got it a few days before we did. We were pretty upset about that. But hey, server second first isn't too bad. And, you know, it's heroic freaking Lich King 25. I don't know if you ever fought that guy, but he's not that easy. I'm a little surprised by people saying Sholazar. Unless, like, you get in good with the Wolvar or with the Gurlocs. Real mount speed is amazing. It's the whole reason I dumped so much gold under this Lorerun, so I could get real mount speed. Do I still roleplay? Only in my head, Komodo. Only in my head. Let's go ahead and turn this in, see what's up. Actually, let's turn this quest in first. Infest. I'm going to be streaming for roughly, oh, I don't know, 10 hours, looks like. Something like that.
Need help?
Somber task, I know, killing those eagles. But we can rest easier now knowing the enemy's eyes are no longer upon us.
Be careful.
Yeah, Infest hurts a lot. Like, a lot. Basically, it's like, alright, so, you take, say, 500 damage. This is made-up numbers. Then you take, like, 1,000 damage. Then you take 2,000 damage. Then you take 4,000 damage. And it just... To my knowledge, I don't know what the upper limit is on how much that will go. I have no idea, Noblesse. Just say Noblesse. Just use that as your battle tag. Screw you, Horde scum! Horde bastards. Oh, I hate the Horde because I'm stupid and an Alliance player. Right? Right? I'm trying to stay in character here. Am I doing okay? Well, no, I mean, there has to be a finite mathematical limit. It's just, yeah. But yeah, Infest will basically eventually kill you. Unless you, manage to get up there. I'm just saying, guys, you know. Kill the Horde because I'm an idiot. Hello, Lulu. It's okay. On the Horde, well, we're also killing the Alliance because we're an idiot. S-O-O. Oh, Siege of Orgrimmar. Of course I am. There's no raid we will be skipping. Except for the ones that don't exist anymore. So obviously we're not doing the raids that don't exist anymore because we can't. Although we kind of did anyways. Yeah, I can't either, but let's just say that's one reason I don't think he would make a good leader of the Alliance. Zoan. The not really, Tom. The Warcraft movie will, of course, be occurring kind of during / across the beginnings of the formation of the demonic horde, and during Warcraft 1 proper. It is a completely alternate universe, completely separate canon, should be considered completely unconnected from the games.
King's honor, friend.
Outstanding! Our stores are nearly replenished now. You've done your part, Zylon.
Life bless you.
You're welcome. Enjoy the food. So long. Thanks for all the bear meat. Favorite lore moment? Ooh. God, there's so many really, really good ones to pick from. Finding out that Arthas was a hero all along, I think, is probably going to be the one I pick.
Greetings.
Because that was actually admittedly a bit of a
the
surprise for me
Alliance.
when it happened. And I was just like, you know.
You need something?
Have you brought something for us? You did it! You recovered the chest that the Horde stole from us, and it's totally not the Scythe of Elune. Oh, we thank you, Xylem. Very well. Your people held their end of the bargain. Tell Dumont we will honor the deal.
See you around.
Excellent! Also, I'm a Worgen, dude. I can smell it. You can't really hide it from me. No? No? Okay, whatever. Maybe my sense of smell has been damaged by the fact that I'm dead. Who knows? Hey, Progue. There he is.
Greetings.
Excellent news. With the locals' help, we'll have logistical support we need to outmaneuver the Horde in this region. I have further tasks for you if you're interested. We'd been trying to negotiate with the trappers for weeks, but we got nowhere until you found that blasted chest of yours. This should be good news to our envoy in Silverbrook. We sent Ducal there about a week ago. His last letter indicated he'd been making little progress. Go to Silverbrook, aid him in his diplomatic efforts. Take the roads northwest. You should get there after a couple of bridges.
Have a good one.
The former, Zoan. Easy, easy choice. I can ignore an idiot, but EA?
What can I do?
I can't ignore that. Well, it isn't actually inconsistent, Noblesse, since in the Christie book, what it was talking about was actually Death Knight Arthas, aka not the real Arthas, not Arthas' soul. So it's still consistent that Death Knight Arthas would become this big evil mastermind, etc. And real Arthas, the actual person, had been working against him from the inside the entire time. There's a flurry of activity down in Voldrun village to the south. Oh, right. Okay, so we've actually already done these quests. We're just going to
Or the
blaze
Alliance.
through these. Yes, this is the in-game music. Why do you ask, Progue? What crazy questions are you asking me, Progue? Of course I did. I don't think there's any book or short story I haven't read off the top of my head. Like, there might be one that I'm just not aware of, but to my knowledge, I've hit them all. Well, we were playing Morrowind music last night, Probe, but that was because we were tired of the stupid drums. Good morning, Brigwin. Oh. Depends, Zoan. Haven't decided yet. I'm definitely going to be reading it one way or another. I just haven't decided if I'm reading it on stream or not. It is going to be interesting seeing how many things I'm wrong about as they cohese the continuity. I have to admit, I'm in favor of the whole idea of the Chronicles book in general. There's so many different sources for canon, and some of them are inconsistent with each other, so it's about time they sit down and it's like, here, bam! Here's exactly what is useful here and where and when and all that fun stuff, and here's exactly what the official lore is. Oh, I agree. Arthas was definitely naive. One of my favorite sections from the book is actually when he's in Blackmore's fortress, when he's in Durnhold. And he's basically offered a woman. I believe it's actually Teretha herself. And his response is, no, 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 no. That's terrible. And then he just ends up just chatting with the person in question, with the woman. It was a nice scene. And really indicative of the kind of person he was. Yes, exactly what Star Wars should do. And I agree with that, by the way. Star Wars should just sit down, put the time and work and effort and care into really cohesing the canon and saying, here, this is the continuity. And don't give me that Disney crap. I actually use another add-on on my actual main character's Noblesse. So, when I actually go and play on real characters. Hello, Tom and Korea. I don't even want to know how much those shipping costs are going to be. I know how much it costs me. Nothing! Amazon Prime. I got Amazon Prime last year for the show, basically, because there were so many things I needed to constantly have shipped to me, parts-wise. So it's like, you know what? Here, $100, done. Well, that's interesting you say that, Tom and Korea. I was looking over that game just this morning while I was reading up on a few things in the Grizzly Hills. And near as I can tell, it's literally just a proper remake of Master of Orion. But I'm okay with that. I don't think it's worth $50, but I am okay with that. Also, Amazon Prime is also... I'm getting a secondary benefit from Amazon Prime, which I didn't intend. I literally just got it for the shipping. But I'm going to get to watch the new Top Gear show as a result of it. And that's pretty awesome. That's the point, OJ.
Well,
that's why someone needs to sit down and say,
friend.
this
King's
is
honor,
canon.
friend.
This is the
Light
cohesive
bless you.
continuity.
Be careful.
Oh, you are not the only one who thinks that, Noblesse. We were actually just talking about that the other day. When we did Old Stratholme. Uther and Jaina both would probably have been able to salvage Arthas. But the fact that the two people he trusted and loved and cared about the most abandoned him, literally in his time of greatest need, yeah, no, there's no denying what was happening there. No, the new Top Gear, a.k.a. the one that doesn't even have a name yet. Not Top Gear as in the stupid, terrible one that's on the BBC. You people probably have no idea what I'm talking about. Let me explain a little bit, for those of you not aware of what's going on here. Okay, so... there's this show called Top Gear. And from Season 2 and onwards... Is that an alliance? I can't even tell. From Season 2 and onwards, it's really awesome. It's among my favorite shows, okay? Well, somewhat more recently, one of the producers got in a bit of a tiff with Clarkson. Now, to make this clear, What Clarkson did was a little bit over the top. But they completely, way overreacted in response to that. And the producer in question always had it out for Clarkson in general. And again, the BBC in general had it out for Clarkson. So they fired Clarkson. Well, the other two presenters also said, if Clarkson goes, we go. So suddenly Top Gear, which was supposed to do another season, found itself without its presenters. And I'm sorry, but that show is not Top Gear without those three people. Without Hammond, without Clarkson, and without May. So the three of them went off and said, we're going to do our own car show with blackjack and hookers. And they went to Amazon, and Amazon is bankrolling their new show, which they're in the middle of making right now. It hasn't actually come out yet. And that's the new Top Gear, a.k.a. the real Top Gear. Now, the show that still has the name Top Gear is still going, with some idiots and some stupidity, and it's dumb, and you should probably not watch it at all.
Light be with you.
I mean, just to give you an idea of how monstrously they have screwed up the show that has the name Top Gear, one of the presenters has car sickness and motion sickness as a regular problem in a show about cars. Primarily racing cars. The BBC just makes me facepalm all the time. You have no idea how hard it is to be a Doctor Who fan, too. Unless you actually do know how hard it is to be a Doctor Who fan, in which case, you know what I mean. Because they're the BBC, Samurai! Because they're idiots! Because all the squirrels were taken up by Squirrel Enix, so they had to put chipmunks in their brains. God, idiots! Moving on.
Can I help you?
It's good to finally meet you, Xylom. We've heard about you up here. Welcome to Silverbrook. These trappers are a great bunch of lads and lasses. Hardy people. They know the lay of the land quite well. You'll find them a great thing that we've finally won them to our side.
For the Alliance.
Okay, Noblest, there are certain areas here in the States where, yes, there is a high crime rate. And if you're moving to one of those areas, then yes, you're going to have some issues. If you live in the other 99% of the country, yeah, no. I have lived in many, many different places in the States in my 33 years here, and I have never actually had that kind of a problem happen except for once, and that was in Southern California.
Hey there.
So, it's good to meet you. Let us celebrate our pact by partaking in some good old-fashioned horde killing. Let's kill us orcs, kill us orcs. Oh, sorry. You'll find marauders from Conquest Hold just outside of the town, west of here. Why don't you head out there and hunt them for the filthy animals they are? New York, Manhattan area?
Careful.
It's all right. I've, It's not the best area, but it's not the worst. I'd say middle range, you know. You're going to find more cynical, jaded people there than you're going to find people who are eager to point a gun at you. Let's put it that way. And it is also, yeah, I think that's actually the single most expensive place to live in the States. Okay, so I need to check something. I don't understand your question, Sir Wine. No, it's a great idea, FM Nito. I don't know how to say that. Finito? Like I said, in fairness, there are Horde idiots just like there are Alliance idiots. But they're all idiots, none the same. Okay. Yep, there it is. I see your donation. It's pending. Probably because it's coming in through a foreign market, because that's always what happens. Yeah, here it is. Non-US verified. Let me go ahead and verify this. Wait, what? Oh. Warlords is not a standalone, no. If you buy Warlords, you get everything at this point. At least I think so. Pandaria was put into vanilla as of now, right? Or is Pandaria still separate? Because I know for a fact Cataclysm and Wrath and BC and Vanilla are all part of Vanilla at this point. No, Redix, I see it. It apparently it went through a checking account, not a bank, not, you know, a card or whatever. So it's actually not going to go through for 3 days. I'll go in and pretend it went through just now, but you're going to have to tell me what you put it towards. Oh, there you go. So if Pandaria is included, then if you buy Warlords, then you have everything. As of this point in time. Unless I'm mistaken. I'm not actually sure about that. I probably shouldn't say that. It's been a long time since I haven't owned all of WoW. And by a long time, I mean never. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Noblesse. Exactly right. It's one of the reasons why people are like, are you Horde or Alliance supportive? And I'm like, dude, no, neither. I may be a Horde at heart, but that's, you know, because Horde means family. You know, my Horde, not these idiots. Okay, so that was the colorful one. It'll be this one. It's catching up. It's catching up. Okay, so Noblesse has the right of it. Apparently, you have to buy WoW for 20 bucks, which is everything except for Warlords. And then you buy Warlords for 20 bucks. So, yay, Bragwin. Don't worry, I'll make you sweat later, okay? I'm telling you guys, they really just need to officially make that third faction. I mean, for God's sakes. They've been hinting at it since BC. Since frickin' Burning Crusade, there have been the rare occasional Horde and Alliance who coordinate with each other and work together. And that was true in Wrath. It's actually one of the major plot points in Wrath that while the Horde and the Alliance are like, nah, 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 we're off actually winning and saving the world, while the Horde and Alliance are being stupid behind us and we're leaving them in the dust. And then in Cataclysm, which was basically the actual all-out war between the two forces, we're the ones going up and stopping the Twilight Cultists and the forces of Unzoth and the Deathwing. We're the ones doing that. Then, during Pandaria, there's the Horde and Alliance who are like, nah, nah, nah. And we're the ones, once again, fixing the problems with the Shah, and going through and stopping the Mogu, and dealing with the Zandalari. So, like, every single freaking expansion so far, there has basically been a third faction. It just hasn't been official yet. You know, it isn't actually a mechanic in the game. It's just an aspect of the lore. Yeah, yeah. That's what the Alliance and the Horde are. Yeah, yeah. That's all they are. I'm really hoping that in Legion we actually finally get that third faction and mechanics. I doubt it'll happen. I doubt it'll happen. Too many people would complain. Yeah, we want to kill each other. Yeah. I'm done. I'm done.
Hey there.
Have you heard of Wolfsbane? It's a horrible weed. It destroys farmable crops. We spent all... Isn't that Athelas? We spent all of last week cutting them down, but the roots are beginning to sprout again. It might not seem like an urgent matter, but a resurgence of the plant could be a real disaster. You think you could help us by uprooting them?
Have a good one.
Actually, if you think about it, a third faction would be incredibly easy to implement gameplay-wise, because they've already done it! This is something that was done in the Wrath of the Lich King starter invasion lead-up event. I can't think of the words right now. You could join a third faction. The faction of the Scourge. And that faction didn't care which side you were on, which race you were, anything. You could completely fully coordinate with each other. They have this concept in WoW called faction flags. And there is such a thing as Alliance Horde Friendly. It's an existing flag. It already exists in the game to be friendly with both Alliance and Horde flagged mobs. So all you'd have to do is make a third faction, which players have the option of joining, that sets your friendly flag to both. Bam! Done. That's it. That's all you have to do code-wise. It would literally involve like 10 minutes of work. Okay, That's a slight exaggeration. It would probably involve a few hours of work, but still, it would be so easy. Anyways, moving along. Just moving along. Lore-wise, the gankers are for the Scourge. I agree. Well, let's kill some horde scum, yeah! Break them down like the animals they are. For the Horde. For the Horde. I actually agree, One Joker. But even I have to admit that more than 3 factions would be a little bit difficult to accomplish. But 3 factions would be incredibly easy to accomplish, which is why I make that point. You know, speaking from a realistic perspective, it would take very, very little time and effort to make 3 factions. All they'd have to do is, going forward, adjust all of the quest dialogue to acknowledge the idea of the 3rd faction. And at some point in time, maybe have people go back and edit up all the previous dialogue, which, again, that would take a while. That'd be a few months of work, I'll admit that. But it would be easy, simple work, because all you're doing is going back and adjusting existing dialogue. Again, very easy to do. And the 4th faction is, of course, the Legion, or the Old Gods. Or, that's it, really, because, I mean, the Scourge aren't really a thing anymore. Not really. I mean, they are, but... Anyways. I should not say any more about that. Actually, I guess this isn't Athelos. Athelos is Kingsfoil. My bad, guys. My bad. I gotta be honest, even though I'm actually looking forward to PvPing in Legion, just because the new system looks like it's actually good, I would be totally okay if they're like, okay, here's the choice, guys. You can play with this new 3rd faction, you know, the Army of Light concept, and you're together with these people, and you can do friendly quests with everybody because you're only interested in fighting the enemy. No, and you give up your right to PvP ever again. I would still do that. Just bam, done. I will take that sacrifice for that benefit. Theoretically, yes, psychotic, but it's okay. I'm a dead wolf, so it's different. Okay, it's different. That's a very loaded and slanted question, Noblest, so I'm going to say neither. I think it's most likely WoW will keep going for quite some time, especially since they already have the next 3 expansions planned and working on, based on my last report on that.
Greetings.
Not bad, not bad. You might not be as soft as some of the others.
See you later.
Yes, I killed orcs, therefore I'm a good person, apparently.
How are you?
It ends here, Darker, so basically no. She reels away from me nervously. Thank you, Xylom. You didn't get any wolfsbane on you, did you? I mean, I've got these allergies that act up once in a while.
Safe travels.
Don't worry, your allergies are safe. Also, I'm a freaking Worgen, I can tell!
What can I do for you?
Alright, friend, you've done us a favor or two, but that's not the true test of a person's courage. Around these parts, you're not a real hunter till you wear your prey's skins. The leader of... oh god, no! The leader of those motherless orcs attacking our town is called Bone Snap. You'll find him at a camp further. That's right, you're going to skin him. We're gonna go skin an orc and wear him. For the Alliance. And again, before you think I'm being an apologist, try to remember that yesterday we broke the legs of an innocent civilian because they did their job correctly. It's okay. Instead, we're going to talk to her.
Good day to you.
Don't do it, Xylom. The people that sent you here, You shouldn't. Stop! Put that knife away! You don't have to do whatever it is they sent you to do, okay? You're not like them yet. Hang on. Okay. You're not like them yet. You still have a chance. No! Stop! No! You can still be saved! Ah, it's too late. Anyways. Thanks for helping me, Xylom. My name's Sasha. Listen, I have to get the hell out of here. The people that sent you here, my people, they've changed. They're not good people anymore. They want to turn you into one of them. This test they sent you on, it's just the beginning. Head to the northwest end of Silverbrook. You'll find something of interest to you. Good luck, and trust no one.
See you later.
Oh, crap. I gotta kill the Horde again. For the Horde, or Alliance. I like big pauldrons, and I cannot lie. Actually, technically, these are neither Permias, but, you know. Hey, what's up?
Can I help you?
Who are you there? Are you here to kill me? Please. You don't have to do this.
See you later.
You're not one of them? Quick, please, let me out. We have to get to Amberpine Lodge immediately. Once Lieutenant Dumont finds out who these people really are, this town will be reduced to rubble.
For the Alliance.
Okay. Were you bitten? No. Answer me. Were you bloody bitten? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me make you feel any better. There you go. Is this better? You don't even know, do you? The trappers. They're not even human. We have to get out of here quickly. Oh my god, what kind of monster would pretend to be human while being something else? Okay, whoever said we have to do this zone as a Worgen is totally right. But I plan to do this zone as a Worgen from the beginning, because this is just way too funny to do this zone and these quests as an Alliance, as a Worgen. There's lamp oil in the back. Make use of it if the fiends chase us. Hey, Ricky. These are some of the original settlers who just happened to be living here when Erugal showed up and did his thing. Is it one? Oh my god! We're being attacked by Worgen! I'd be surprised if I didn't do the Howling Fjord already. And, you know, if I hadn't done this zone before. So this is a very small quest chain, relatively speaking. But, still a cool one, I think. It was nice to see Erugal back in action and see the Worgen return to some degree of relevance to the story. Okay. You know, I have a flying mount. I'm just saying, I can make this happen. Like, better. Ow. You know, they have a lot of Worgen. Holy crap. I mean, just, if you think about it, this is quite a few guys here that they're throwing at me. Wait a minute. Oh my god, guys, Zap Brannigan is a Worgen. It all makes sense. Yes, Nobliss. I would like to see a Rune Master buff debuff class. I would like to see a pure pet class Necromancer. I would like to see a ranged tank mechanist type class. I would like to see a dozen or so races playable. But my biggest pick for playable race would be Nerubians, easily. Nerubians, Arakoa, Ogres. I forget the rest. There's quite a few races that I think should be made playable. Under ideal circumstances, I should say. I understand that it takes a lot of time, effort, and money for the art department to do a new race. I get that. Yeah, this is a little too long. This was fun for the first few minutes, but oh my god. We're almost there, though. Okay. We made it. It's pretty difficult. And kind of slow, if I'm being honest.
You need something?
Worgen. Blasted, light-forsaken, filth-ridden Worgen. It's time we showed the locals what us civilized folk do with beasts like them. Okay. Our response must be immediate, decisive. We must teach these savages not to cross us. Oh, hang on, I forgot I'm not in disguise. There we go, there we go. Ahem, we're good, we're good. Our scouts have located what's left of the Silverbrook trappers. You know, the ones you didn't get to douse in flames. Apparently, they're blockading the road to the southeast. Maybe they're trying to box us in. Head to the forest's edge post and take care of them. Their leader's reported to be a man named Vladek. Make sure he's dealt with.
Be careful.
Well, I'm not really what you'd call a PvP expert, so I will have to default to Warrior, because that's my main. As far as soloing old content, now, with the changes, Warrior. But before they added that new mechanic, Paladin by a wide margin. Yeah, no kidding. There's a reason the players are the player characters. Or I should say the PCs. They might be like, well, what's the difference between a PC and a player character? Well, I've actually used this term for a long time when it comes to my D&D campaigns. It's called plot character. There's plot characters and non-plot characters. PCs and NPCs. And plot characters are the ones who actually get things done. And non-plot characters are the ones who don't. You can see how that lines up rather nicely. Die, Worgen scum! Death to the living. Or wait, sorry. See, there is a difference though, guys. I am a dead Worgen. They are living Worgen, so they're the filthy animals. Oh, absolutely not, Ricky. Wait, sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Yes, I think that humans are the one true race, and all other races should bow in supplication to their greatness and their glory. There you go. So we found a book. The journal was written by a denizen of Silverbrook named Mikhail. It details the arrival of a shadow-worshipping group called the Wolf Cult. The villagers were reluctant to embrace the cult at first, but sympathizers sprung up gradually amongst its residents. Unsettled by this, Mikhail sent his daughter, Sasha, that's the one we saw earlier, away from Silverbrook while he attempted to reason with the other villagers. Mikhail's last entry mentions a meeting of local town leaders to discuss unspecified events in Hollowstone Mine.
Hey there.
It's a shame those trappers turned out to be afflicted. We sure could have used more people to kill the horde with!
See you around. Greetings.
What do you got there? I imagine there would be more to this than just an isolated town of hostilities. We have men near the Hollowstone Mine. Perhaps it would be in our interest to do a little research. The Westfall boys were sent east to look for a path to the Northern Territories. Their secondary objective is to secure strategic resource points, so I'm sure they wouldn't mind investigating a mine. Look for the Westfall Brigade encampment far to the northeast, and seek out Gryan Stoutmantle. You might remember him if you spent any time in Westfall. You're damn right I remember him. Make sure to tell him I sent you.
See you later.
By the way, not all non-player characters are non-plot characters. For example, there are the occasional NPCs who are PCs. Or in other words, every now and again you see an NPC who's actually interested in getting things done. Those tend to be the characters I enjoy, I've noticed. God, I hope so, Mind Blast, but if they haven't done it at this point in time, I don't think they're going to. I mean, for God's sakes, we faced an invasion of legions of demons from Outland. We faced the Scourge. We faced the end of the world. We went to war with these ourselves, and we faced an extra-dimensional invasion force. And in all of this time, throughout all of these events, and we're fighting the Burning Legion coming full tilt and full force after us. In all of these events, we have had, in 5 of these events, we have had apt time and consideration and reason to finally be able to unite the two factions for people who want to. And it hasn't happened. So at this point, I can't think of any other reason that would incline that to happen. If they haven't done it by now,
Greetings.
my ancestors once planted a tree in the middle of the Grizzly Hills. It was called Vordrasil. It was said to become a world tree. For reasons long forgotten, after the tree was fully grown, they decided it needed to be destroyed. Where the tree touched the earth, foul ooze began to crawl. Bring me the slime samples, I can begin my work, and the earth will be healed.
Asha Fela.
When the tree Vordrasil fell, its hallowed ground remained. Its hollow remains grew deep roots into the ground. I want you to go north to the 3 locations where the trunk shattered, and go far beneath the ground as you can. You will find them west of the Grizzlemaw. Use this orb once you get there. If we're to heal the land, we must find out what caused Vordrasil to fall all those years ago.
Goddess watch over you.
Hello, Tekoida. Join us, Tekoida. No more alliance. No more horde. We shall call our new organization the Empire. Wait. So yeah, I'm sure some of you have been noticing the chunks of this massive tree here and there. We'll be talking about the tree a little bit in more detail when we get to see it more close up. This is actually the very first world tree that was ever attempted to be built, by the way, Vordrasil. It was a failed, we'll use the word experiment. So they ended up making Nordrasil instead, the one on the actual Well of Eternity. The word funky usually means something that smells bad, or is something that is very cool and has a lot of connotations for good music. The Horde Alliance. The actual alliance? I like that idea. Join the AA Club. Wait. Or how do you say that? Alcoholics Anonymous. 8-step program to get out of the Horde and Alliance problem. I enjoy video game music, Noblesse. That is what I listen to. Well, considering we already know for a fact that they are working on expansions after this, I foresee 2 most likely possibilities for what they're doing post-Legion. Outcome number 1, they're actually going to continue the Legion invasion. We will have a second Legion-focused expansion. Now, that may sound a little bit weird, but if you think about it, that is something that is quite logical, especially since a threat that massive couldn't be contained by a single expansion. So some people would complain about that, because that's what human beings do. But it would be logical to me, and it would actually probably be one of the safer moves they could make. Option 2, they're basically doing anything else. Any other direction they could take that in. Either having a bit of a break expansion, like, say, the South Seas, or the Emerald Dream, or something like that. Or, excuse me. Or, going to the Old Gods. That's not really a break expansion. You know what I mean. But I'd say exactly what they would call it. So the next expansion is World of Warcraft Legion, right? Well, the next expansion after that would be World of Warcraft Argus. And you can, and just by that sentence, you probably see what I mean by it wouldn't be that hard for them to extend the Legion expansion. The hell? That was a strange thing. Ah, well, I'm sure it's not a big deal. So, yeah, that's my best thoughts for that. I have surprisingly little to talk about. I mean, I could talk about Ursoc, but we're going to talk about him later. I could talk about Vordrasil now, I guess. So Vordrasil, like I said, is the very first world tree ever attempted to be built. Now, world trees... This is going to sound weird, but there's not really a big reason to make world trees. Remember that Night Elves' immortality is not actually attached to the world trees themselves, it's the energies that empowered them. So, for example, it was the Well of Eternity that empowered, the new Well of Eternity that empowered Nordrasil, and that is what gave the Night Elves immortality. Teldrassil was them attempting to reclaim that immortality via the energies of the area they built that in. So, I mean, I don't know. The main point behind Vordrasil is this was actually intended to be the original world tree. Try to keep in mind this was long before the events of the War of the Ancients. So this is when we were still one big continent. I find that interesting in several ways. First and most importantly because of the fact that it means this particular area was considered idyllic, and they're not going to make a world tree somewhere where they're not going to make it some big relevant place to their culture, right? This is just an irony, is why I'm trying to say this. So you see this wild, beautiful, lush terrain here? We wouldn't have all of this if they had actually succeeded in making Vordrasil here. Why? Because the Night Elves would have moved in here, and there would be Night Elf ruins all over the place, and this place would probably be ash or worse, and cursed with tons of ghosts and arcane powers and God knows what else, just like every other place that the Night Elves have ever settled in long term. So we have this wonderful, great place because, here's the irony part, this place was so corrupted they couldn't build a world tree here. I love it. I love it.
What brings you here?
And yes, I have read that, Noblesse. I've read everything that has currently been released about Chronicles. I mean, of course I have. Lore, you know? If they brought weapon specialization, what would be the benefit of it, other than just stats? Because stat benefit isn't interesting. Have you gathered the samples? This slime is not natural. Its very nature is corrupt and evil.
Go in peace.
And the dark energy of the orb is overpowering. A dark force has tainted the ground near Vordrasil's remains. We need to investigate more.
Elune light your path.
The Furbog that live east of here are more aggressive and bestial than the ones we're used to. Our forces have squared off with them more than once, and the survivors always speak of dark, slimy substance dripping off of their corpses. Ew. Their condition could be linked with the contaminants we found in Vordrasil's remains. Bring me samples of their blood.
May the stars guide you.
The Furbogs of the Grizzly Hills carry with them a corruption, that is for sure. Tribal war has broken out amongst them after years of peaceful coexistence. What remains to be seen is whether the bears they worship as gods have also been tainted. Ursoc's two children, Orson and Kodion, or is that Kodlan, dwell in the Heart's Blood Shrine, and the Rage Fang Shrine. See if they will speak to you.
Go in peace.
I would probably be in favor of that, Zimon Joker, but only tangentially. I'm always in favor of more customization, but customization usually comes at a price. And specialization and hyper-specialization are actually a problem that needs to be settled when it comes to gameplay design. So, An uncorrupted spot in Azeroth. Got it! Stranglethorn Vale. Oh yeah. I mean, you know, some parts of Stranglethorn Vale. Not the parts where the trolls did terrible things for millennia. The other parts. Yeah, what Third points out is one of the biggest flaws with hyper-specialization, or specialization when it comes to that kind of a thing. People will always say, well, this is the best, and they'll use the best thing, and then that's kind of it. Now, that's not true, Darker. Zul'Gurub was corrupted by Hakkar, but not the rest of Stranglethorn Vale. So, ha 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 ha! I win! Just picture Michael Dorn voicing this character. I once roamed the Grizzly Hills, son to the great Ursoc who ruled over this land. But now I am doomed to spend the rest of my life in this cave. You're free to go, but what's wrong with the Furbog? You don't understand. If I wanted to, I could fight out of this cave. It's my father, Ursoc. He has returned from the dead, but he is not the same. He gave his life during the War of the Ancients thousands of years ago. For centuries, the Furbog who worshipped him tried to devise a way to resurrect him. Finally, they decided they would attempt to regrow the failed world tree Vordrasil and use its magic to bring back my father. Well, what happened? The sapling they grew bore a fruit. At first it seemed to work. Ursoc did come back, and I was filled with joy for a moment. As he recovered, it was clear he wasn't the same. Neither were the Furbog. Whatever evil caused the ancient druids to tear down Vordrasil manifested itself in the new tree and turned them into monsters filled with bloodlust. The thing that now walks the Grizzly Hills is not my father and must be put to rest. Thank you, son of Ursoc. I will see what I can be done. I will see what can be done. So this is a decent enough time to talk about the Furbog in general. There's not actually a lot to share, sadly. Based on what we have, information-wise, here's the truth. We don't know what the Furbog are or where they came from. There are three predominant theories. The first theory, which is usually the most commonly voiced one, is that these share an ancestral tie to the Pandarans. Keeping in mind, we don't actually know where the Pandarans came from, too, other than the fact that the Pandarans are very likely to be one of the indigenous races on this planet, since they had an entire culture and history before the Mogu were even created. So, they've been around for a really long time. So, that's the first possibility. They share an ancestral tie with the Pandaran. Not that out of bounds, really. You know, we have seen different species evolve differently. Second possibility for the Furbog. They are actually descendants of a Loa. I don't put stock in that theory, personally, because I have no idea how a Loa can have children. I mean, maybe they can, and we know Loa can physically manifest, so maybe these are like mortal children of a Loa. I mean, I don't frickin' know. But I don't actually care for that idea that much, obviously based on my tone and whatnot. The third idea is the one that I actually think is the probability. So remember that Loa are Loa of a concept, or a race, or a creature, or whatever, right? Well, we know there's a very powerful Loa. Some of the most powerful Loas are Loas of... You're terrible, Darker. Some of the most powerful Loas are Loas of an entire species. We see actually several of these when we get to Zul'Drak. And we've already seen some of these in Zul'Aman. So... I have no idea what you're talking about, Netherzian. Words. The Loa, we've also seen have the ability to influence and manipulate other people. So here's my thinking. We know for a fact that Ursoc is a Loa. He is a Loa of the Bears. Would it not be possible that with the tremendous power that a Loa like him would have, he actually influenced the other actual bears, which were normal bears, and over time introduced concepts to them? Things like intelligence, things like strength, things like interaction with each other, and slowly built them into actually being a people over the course of a long period of time. Ergo, the idea here being that the Loa of the bears, Ursoc, is the one who basically slowly built the Furbog race with time and effort, in a similar way that the Titans built races out of other races. Now, the Tuskar I don't have any answers for, because there's no Loa of the Walrus, There are several strong Loas they interact with, most notably that Kraken we interacted with. I said darker, not lurker. There's a difference. I am Codian, daughter of Ursoc. I watch over this one sacred shrine. I've not seen a stranger come here in a long time. A Furbog named Tur Ragepaw, not one of ours. This one came from the southern lands of the Timbermaw tribe. Ah, the Timbermaw! I hate you so much because I actually got your rep to Exalted. You bastards. He wanted to see Ursoc. He seemed to think that Vordrasil's taint could be purified and used to save my father. It is foolish to entertain such hopes. You will agree when you see the darkness that has afflicted him like I have. Is that a legacy? Is there an achievement for it, for that matter? There might not be an achievement for it. I'm not actually sure. I have hit Exalted with the Timbermaw, and I hated every moment of it. I hated that rep so much. Yeah, there might not have been an achievement for it. Whatever. It still sucks, and I still do. Oh, they love me in that tunnel. Why is there not a search? Or maybe it's in reputation. Oh, there it is, right there. They love me in that tunnel. I guess you can still do that rep. Because otherwise it would be in Legacy or whatever. Still, I did that rep before Cataclysm, and I hated myself for it. Anyways, there might actually be a Loa of the Tuskar people. There might be a Loa of the walrus or whatever. But there's none that I am personally aware of. I'm not saying it's not a thing. It's just there might be such a thing. There are other possibilities, of course, just that I haven't ever heard postulated for where exactly the Furbogs came from. Then again, we do know that there is such a thing as indigenous races, species that just happen to evolve naturally on a planet, like the Trolls. The Trolls are pretty definitively the first race on the planet, alongside the Tauren. So, unless that gets changed in Warcraft Chronicles. I mean, we'll find out, I suppose. It's per server, Nobliss. Unless you mean the real-life money, in which case I can tell you exactly how much that costs. A real-life token costs $20. But this right here, this auction value, is per server. So, this is not helpful to you. And yeah, I have 18,960 achievement points. Not that many, really.
Goddess.
If you'll notice, if you look at my achievements, you'll notice most of these are full, and then the PvP one is almost completely empty, as is the profession one. A lot of these profession ones are fishing. I also kind of gave up on pet battles after a while, because a lot of them were like, hey, you need to do a bajillion pet battles, basically. And I didn't feel like doing a bajillion pet battles. So.
I am honored.
Have you obtained the blood samples? The corruption present in this blood is identical to that of the slime. I have a bad feeling about this.
May the stars guide
Ursoc's children are wise. Their words explain much of what we've seen so far.
Asha Fela.
The druids of old seem to have good reason for destroying Vordrasil. We cannot let the Furbogs regrow it. On the other hand, saving Ursoc's spirit hinges on the magic contained in the sapling. Take this torch. Use it to burn the tree. You'll find it in the middle of Vordrasil's old trunk. Bring me Vordrasil's ashes. It is my hope that once purified by fire, we may find a use to cleanse Ursok's spirit of its dark taint.
Elune light your path.
We cannot allow Vordrasil to grow again. If the Furbog regrew it once, they can do it once more. Go to Grizzly, obtain its seeds. I will make sure they are properly disposed of.
Goddess watch over you.
By the way, there is another world tree. There's Vordrasil, Nordrasil, and Teldrasil, right? Not that I'm aware of, Dakota. It is one of the options for a Night Elf. But there is also another world tree, whose name I actually have to look up because I forget the name of it. That world tree would be Shaladrasil. That's the one. Shaladrasil is the one that's in the Broken Isles, the one that'll be in the Legion. It's the only world tree that is completely corrupted. It'll be interesting to see it when we get there. So, I like this, by the way. This is just kind of cool. I really wish they did more with this. Because, look at this place. They built this whole, like, built-into-the-tree thing here. And it's awesome. I love the idea of taking the burnt-out trunk of a tree and carving out, a path and a village and a city in the middle of it. Something about that idea just really is cool to me. But yes, this used to be Vordrasil. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wow, that is a huge tree. Well, the really funny part is this is nowhere near as big as it actually is in lore. The trunk here is supposed to be, I think, a couple of miles wide in terms of lore. So, this isn't even as big as this thing is actually supposed to be. I think it's literally 2 miles wide. I can't remember the exact number right now. And you can see the place where the trunk kind of got broken off there. And again, there's pieces of it all the way over there. So I just love this concept. I don't have anything else to add to it. I wish they'd done more with it. They did some unique art for the huts and whatnot built into the tree, too. Here's the new tree that they're trying to build right here. Let's burn it to the ground. Burn, burn! Well, not quite a metropolis, but definitely a city. Quite large, relatively speaking. This is actually one of the largest Furbog settlements in the entire world, believe it or not. Most other Furbog live in much smaller tribes or huts or smaller terrains in general. This massive area, the Grizzly area, had no less than 3 separate tribes of Furbogs who all coexisted peacefully amongst each other. Obviously, that stopped a couple of years ago, basically right about the time at which the War of the Spider happened. That would have been 7 years ago. And if you'll remember, the War of the Spider is what woke up Yogg-Saron. And I probably just gave away what's causing all of this, I'm not familiar with the type of thing I'm seeing. Wow. Okay, I have just completely lost my train of thought. Clearly what's happened here is we have been influenced by the madness of Yogg-Saron. And we now have gone into insanity mode. That's the lore of what just happened. Because we've been handling the blood of Yogg-Saron and the corruption of Yogg-Saron, so now we are officially crazy, guys. Oh my god. Anyways, what the hell was I talking about? Oh, right, okay. So yeah, Yogg-Saron only woke up relatively recently, and he's actually been quite active over the last 7 years. First of all, with the Loken thing. Second of all, with building the Iron Dwarf and the Iron Vrykul, and using them as his enforcers. And he also, of course, has been trying very, very hard to destroy the world, because that's what the old gods do. Maybe because they'll get free, maybe because they just want to see everything burned. We don't actually know 100%. Yeah, and so this is just another reason why these furbogs have been living in peace for, centuries, basically. Until about 7 years ago, give or take. We don't have an exact timeline for that. Apparently, little Billy. So this is actually a really neat mechanic. If you kill one of the there's two factions warring here who used to be at peace. The Red Fang and the Frostpaw. If you attack one, the other goes neutral. Not friendly, just neutral. And that way you can have less of a difficulty in moving through here. This whole area actually does feel like it was supposed to be more of a zone than it actually is. They put a lot of work and effort into the art design of this, and the fact that they have this extra little mechanic here, again, it feels like there was supposed to be more here that was dropped content. I don't have any evidence of that other than what I just told you, though. No, developer comments or anything like that. One of the things I am amused by, though, is the fact that these people being corrupted is an incident, not a deliberate thing. In other words, Yogg didn't reach out to corrupt these people. They got corrupted because they happened to be interacting with his veins, basically. So, yeah. Here's some more of the remains of Vordrasil there. As you can see, it fell for quite a ways. In fact, here's some more of the remains of Vordrasil. And if you look further down there, you'll see some more remains of Vordrasil. I do find it interesting that the Night Elves tried to build this tree, got it to full growth, and then decided, wait, we need to kill it, and basically just knocked it over. Can you imagine knocking over a world tree? Just think about that for a moment. I've brought you the ashes. Ah, yes. Its magic is still present in these ashes. There might be hope for Ursoc yet.
Go in peace. Peace be with you.
Do you have the seeds? Thank you, Xylam. I'll take those from you. The corruptive power of those seeds is dangerous. I will definitely destroy them right away and not make another world tree.
Elune, light your path.
It is time. Take these ashes and look for the furbog that Codian spoke of. If you went to seek Ursoc, he'll be near his den, north of the Grizzle Maw. Let's do this. Let's go save Ursoc the Loa. I don't know, Zuwan. Maybe they couldn't figure out how to. So, you guys are probably wondering, why the heck all this corruption? Well, this is actually indicative of how widespread the old gods really were. So, it's super rare, Doc. This tree was built on this spot because great, luscious, wonderful terrain here, amazing place to be. And the Night Elves were like, yes, this will be our home for the rest of our days. Now, this tree has some pretty deep roots, as you might imagine. The roots go down quite a bit. So the roots go down, and there's another thing whose roots go throughout the planet. Another thing named the Old Gods, in this case specifically Yogg-Saron. Yogg-Saron's veins, or tentacles, or whatever you want to call it, his roots, coincided with the roots of the World Tree here. And so he basically started pumping his own old god corruption and magic into the roots of Vordrasil, which started turning it into this horrible, depraved tree, which was eventually going to be a fully corrupted tree. Again, we will see a fully corrupted tree in Legion, so we'll see exactly how bad that is. But the Night Elves fortunately noticed that the tree was being corrupted, because it doesn't happen overnight. And were like, quick, destroy the tree! And that's why they then put their efforts and energies into destroying Vordrasil, and knocked it over, and tried to... And in so doing, this basically prevented Yogg-Saron from... Okay, so, I'm sorry. I should rewind just a little bit. We don't know if Yogg-Saron was doing this deliberately, or if this was just a natural reaction to the roots of the tree interacting with the roots of Yogg-Saron. Because remember, Yogg-Saron is actually sealed at this point in time. So there's two possibilities. Either this woke him up briefly, and then he went back to sleep, he went back into stasis because the tree was destroyed. Or simply interacting with the roots is what caused the corruption, and Yogg-Saron was still in stasis and was still asleep. Given, however, what we know about what happened with the Nerubians and the fact that they found a root which woke him up and he is still awake from that event, I'd say it's more likely this was something that woke him up and they destroyed the tree in just such a way to prevent him from waking up himself. So, and hence Yogg-Saron was put back into stasis and would remain so until the modern era. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mind Blast. Thoughts on the different hero classes? They're all awesome! There you go. There's my thoughts. Very, very complicated, in-depth thoughts. Hey, look! I remember you. Clearly I should leave you here to rot and die. Okay, fine. Hey! When I learned about my relatives to the north, they could just cut down the tree and move the tree. I guess they could have. It's possible that the influence of the old gods in the tree was simply too pervasive at that point in time, so there was nothing to salvage, basically. Keep in mind that those roots and those tree trunks are still corrupted to this day, over 10,000 years later. So, I mean, you know. Anyways, it is also funny, though, because they did actually go and make a new world tree. They just made it elsewhere, someplace safer. That's where Nordrasil ended up coming up. But anyways, when I learned about my relatives here in the north, I came to learn more. What I found was warring tribes acting against our very nature. I have no hope left, Worgen. Even the great Ursoc has been tainted by this cursed place. I have lost all hope. But we have the purified ashes of Vordrasil. If we can subdue Ursoc, we might be able to heal his soul. Yes, I sense his magic free of any perceptible taint. Please, help me. What form would you like me to be? Tank? DPS? Or healer? Be a DPS. My freedom means nothing if we fail to save Ursoc. Make haste. Let's do this, guys. Also, I'm not entirely sure when they built Shaladrasil, so I don't have any lore to share on that because I don't know when they built it. It's in Legion. Yeah, also, moving a tree that size, I'm not really sure how feasible that is to do. It's probably a lot easier to just destroy it and grow a new one in a new location. Oh god, yeah, he's casting Green Wrath. Ursoc, brother of Ursol, guardian of the Furbog tribes. Show yourself! This is also a cool quest design, I might add. This is one of the first, I think actually this is the first quest where you can literally decide the spec of your companion. So you can custom tailor how they function to you. A lot of us thought this was going to be the very beginnings of them starting down the Guild Wars 1 route of having heroes from Guild Wars 1, if you happen to know what those are. Okay, this hurts. Damn. I'm just going to raise my eyebrow at you, Axcac. Be free! Oh, I thank you all. The druids of old were rise to tear down old Vordrasil, for its roots seep deep into the dwelling of ancient evil. You know their kind as the old gods. Beware Yogg-Saron, the beast with 1,000 maws. His evil extends beyond Vordrasil's roots. You may or may not have heard him talking to you and telling you about how you need to kill everyone. If you do, try not to listen to the voices. They are not your friends. No, seriously. Trust me. I'm trying to picture a miles-wide, tens of miles tall tree being tumped onto its side and rolling over on end, destroying absolutely everything in its way as they transplant this tree to a new location. I can't even imagine the devastation that would cause. I'm also curious how they would get it onto its side without destroying it in the process, like they actually did when they knocked it over. The druid looks pale, and her eyes stare blankly past you. She has left a package in anticipation of your return. Is she not going to talk to me? Talk to me! Her stare is blank. Cleansing Vordrasil's corruption has taken its toll on the druid. Well, crap. We may have just sealed her fate forever. I'm sure she'll be fine. She can just walk it off. She's like Manchester United, you know, she just wants to walk it in. you think the goblins do natural devastation? Holy crap! Of course, in all honesty, the Night Elves have actually caused more damage to the world than the goblins ever have. That's true. No, it'll be fine, Tom and Korea. You'll get in the boat, and about a minute into the voyage, you'll start killing everyone else in sight. Just like they're trying to kill you. I mean, it's only logical. That was your Snickers bar, and there's no reason that they can't share it with you, and they deserve to die. Welcome to the Westfall Brigade. I sure hope that we don't see any Defias around here. Or... oh, excuse me. Or, the other things whose names I can't think of. Oh, there he is. Hey! He's made it to captain now. Whoa! He's grown some more hair. This is the last time I saw him, too.
Greetings.
I left a war once to tend the troubles back home in Westfall. That seems like a lifetime ago. Thank the light that the Defias are no longer a threat and will never come back in Cataclysm ever. We're a long way from home up here. If we don't win this battle, there may not be a Westfall to return to. Report to Grind Stoutmantle again, by the way, is the name of this quest. Yes, I do, Zillin Joker. It's one of my favorite boss quotes. The way that they got a really good voice actress for that line. The way she says that, I am the lucid dream. Dumont sent you? Very well, let's see what you can do for us. I've been meaning to send some of our lads to check out Hollowstone Mine. Haven't had a chance yet. We've had our hands full between the Horde and the Iron Dwarves, who are our actual enemies, other than the Horde. If Dumont sent you, though, the least I can do is tell you to go kill the Horde.
For the Alliance.
Our best bet for moving our forces quickly to Iceground Glacier lies in the network of tunnels between the ancient Iron Dwarf city of Thormodon. Brugger Stoneshear and his Explorers League boys aren't going to be happy, but orders are orders. The news might go over better if you brought them a cask of that moonshine sold by the trapper Hugh Glass down at Redwood Trading Post. Man's not right in the head, but you won't find any better moonshine.
Be careful.
Now listen up. You should go to Zoldrak, which we'll do later.
For the Alliance.
Because we're here right now. Actually, I was going to talk about that at some point too, Takoida. I probably should have talked about that during Old Strathholm. Yeah, as Takoida points out, Arthas using the giant freaking hammer makes a lot of sense, actually. Not sure why the others do. If you give me a moment here, I might be able to find something. Now, there is a quote that the generic paladin has in Warcraft 3 that doesn't really explain things, and I quote, "Is that a sword? Luxury. Is that a horse? Sloth. Is that a helmet? Vanity." To kind of explain why so many of the paladins used a hammer, no horse, and no helmet. Would he really, Zoan? That's funny. I actually didn't know that, because obviously my only alliance I've ever gone through here on had done Westfall. Duh. Captain Soapmantle left most of our horsemen at the fight for Venture Bay. We chose a good place to put camp because there's lots of Highland Mustangs running around here. Captain put me in charge of capturing some of them. Will you help me? I got a stick and some string. There's a bunch of wild carrots around here. Pick the carrots, use them, lure them, ride them back here. Okay. What is... Right. I admit I've always had a weird fondness for the Paladin hammer. I mean, go ahead, make fun. It's alright, I understand. But it's true, I've always had a degree of fondness for that style of weapon. The big freaking hammer. Anyways, so these troops, I'm sorry, I meant to mention this earlier. If you remember, all the way back in the Borean Tundra, they mentioned something about how every single one of the... There we go. Every single one of the troops that the Alliance employs and has employed for years is named after a town. This actually goes all the way back to Warcraft 2, believe it or not. So that's a long-standing tradition amongst the Alliance forces. So the vast majority of these are... The vast majority of these forces are all named after towns on purpose. But as you can see by Grian being here, Mr. Stoutmantle, some of these people actually are the actual forces from Westfall, since that situation has been calmed down. And since, as I've kind of pointed out before, they're pretty low on forces. In fact, if you look at this is a little more than an encampment, this brigade here. Now, I know, it's larger than this. But the point remains. The Alliance is still understaffed and undermanned, is the point I'm trying to make. Now, apparently, so Grian says 3 different things depending on what you've done in back in Westfall. If you've done no quest in Westfall at all, he says what I've already told you. If you've done some of the quests, but you didn't actually go into the Dead Mines, he says, there's something familiar about your face. Give me a moment. Ah! Westfall, that's where I recognized you from. You are, insert name here. It's good to see you again, but I hope you can help us finish the job this time. Now, we're a long way from Westfall up here, but if you don't win the battle, there may not be a home to return to. And if you actually completed all of Westfall, he says, I'll just use my name. Xylom! God, I hardly recognized you in your new outfit. You still have that tunic? Or did you take the chaususes? Or was it the staff? I can't recall. It was so long ago. Well, I'm glad you're here to help out again. We can use all the help we can get. If you perform the way you did back in Westfall with the People's Militia, we actually have a chance. These are dire times. So, a nice little bit of thing there. Uh... Damn it, use the thing. There we go. But seriously, I know it's unfeasible because I've actually lifted real-life swords and hammers and I know how heavy they are, but I just like the idea of wielding a big freaking sledgehammer of awesome. I don't care if it's unrealistic. I don't care if it's stupid. Damn it, I like it! I want my giant hammer back! I also want my giant totem back. Can I have my giant totems back? Oh, nice one. That doesn't surprise me, though. Which means we'll never see those quotes ever again. Flee, little horses, for I will devour you with my frost drake. There we go. Thought I wasn't going to get that one for a minute. It was just, BAM! I love that. I'm getting off topic. So, why don't we talk about why this makes more sense for all of this to happen before the Wrathgate. These people were basically sent to be a secondary force to try and find some kind of alternate path up to Icecrown. That's also one of the reasons why the forces, both of the Alliance and the Horde, are much weaker here than they would be otherwise. Yes, they do, little Billy. Because, remember, their primary goal was always the Wrathgate. They always were like, yes, this is how we will win against the Lich King. We will knock on his front door. I do have to at least give credit to both the Alliance and the Horde for the fact that they at least thought about making a secondary path up north, even though they never followed through on it, because again, this is basically a scouting force, and once the events of the Wrathgate happen, all of these forces are recalled to fight the other side. If you'll notice, when we get to Zuldrak, there are no Alliance or Horde forces there. And technically, well, I shouldn't say technically, there are no Alliance or Horde forces for real in Storm Peaks either. There's just technically forces for both up there. Oslop? I wouldn't know, Dakota. I admit it. But yeah, this is pretty much our last Alliance Horde zone. From this point on, it's all going to be neutral stuff. That's a fairly common trend in expansion style in general. In fact, we saw that back in BC as well. All of the zones had at least some Alliance Horde variants, but once you got to Netherstorm and Shadowmoon, it was pretty much completely neutral. Same thing here. Shalazar, Zuldrak, Storm Peaks, and Icecrown, with one important exception, is pretty much completely neutral. And this would be true in Cataclysm as well. Vashir definitely has some Horde and Alliance variants between it, at least early on. And, well, I guess that's not even really true. There's a difference in flavor, but most of Vashir is neutral. Oldham is completely neutral, and Deepholm is completely neutral. But for some reason, Twilight Highlands, arguably the final zone of Cataclysm, is actually the final zone, and isn't neutral. There actually is a variance between the Alliance and the Horde there, because Garrosh is a freaking moron. And that's the reason. And yes, I did know that, Noblesse. Alright. Mounting up. Wow, these are sure good horses. I bet the captain will be real pleased with our work. I sure hope so, because if he's not, I'm going to kill him. That's what the voices tell me to do. Kill him. Kill him. Wait, he was a survivors of one? Or he was one of the people who helped purge? Because there are very few survivors of Stratholme. Oh. No, that's right. There was a younger version of him in Stratholme. I remember that. I even pointed that out. I don't know why I forgot about that. Anyways, I'm sure that none of that has come back to haunt him over the previous years at all.
Hello.
Oh, you've come to help me, haven't you? Oh, he looks completely disturbed, breathing heavily and shifting his gaze nervously around the mind. My comrades, we must put their souls to rest. I kill them and kill them, but they just keep coming back. I've had an idea for a while now, but I don't have the heart to do it. Maybe you can do this for me. Take this lantern, use its oil, burn the remains. I'll answer your question later. Just help my friends by burning them to death.
Good one.
Okay. God, I'll burn your friends to death. Jeez. You owe me a Coke, though. You know, speaking of skipped content, there's one bit of skipped content that I really hope the World of Warcraft Chronicles Volume 3 or whatever finally answers. Namely, what the hell was the connection between Yogg-Saron and the Lich King? I gotta be honest, why don't I have an axe equipped? I gotta be honest, I've thought on that subject for several times, and other than some very vague, very basic thematic similarities between Yogg-Saron and the Lich King, I have no idea what the implied connection between the two was. At all. I've never come up with anything satisfactory. And to my knowledge, they've never actually discussed it. They're like, yep, we always intended there to be, you know, Yogg-Saron to have been influenced and corrupting and affecting the Lich King. But for some reason, I like their specific wording is hilarious. It's like, it was too vague in the quest text, so it never actually came across properly. And then they never actually said what it was. They never actually said, oh, it was this, you know. No, literally, one of the plot points, well, I should say flavor points, is the fact that the undead are unaffected by the Serenite. It's one of the reasons they use it so much. One of two reasons why they use it so much. Yeah, exactly, FM. It's like, okay, so I get that the old god is a threat. I really do. And I get what that, you know, having the Yogg-Saron here is a big deal, but from a writer's perspective, why add such a major threat, someone who could easily have been an entire expansion in himself, Yogg-Saron, and instead have him be basically a secondary character in the fight against the Scourge? I mean, there's some obvious thematic significance between the two, because Yogg-Saron, of all of the old gods, is specifically the old god of death. So, I mean, really obvious connection there. But why the direct parallel? Or rather, why bother trying to have... You get what I mean. And yeah, they were going to do a raid in Zul'Drak. They scrapped a lot of content in Wrath. I'm amazed Wrath is as amazing as it is. Content-wise, quality-wise, because so much of the content was scrapped. I really wouldn't mind someday if they went back and were like, look, we're going to take some time and re-add all the content to Northrend. I would enjoy that. I know I'm the only one who would, but damn it, it would be nice to see Ajol Narub. It would be nice to see the full flushing out of Grizzly Hills. It would be nice to see the actual raid in Zul'Drak, and it would be nice to see the fulfillment of the Yogg-Saron story arc. Wow, this is a weird quest. Oh yeah, and then Mal'Ganis, that's another plot thread that just kind of stopped. It's like, we beat him, and then that's the end of the Scarlet Onslaught. The end. The end. Just, what? Honestly, Takoida, that wouldn't even surprise me too much. What about you, Braegwyn? Would it surprise you? Waiting for respawns. I think this is the first quest I've had this problem on. Of not having enough mobs to satisfy the quest objective. How strange. I feel like I'm in Outland all over again. Which is funny, because I think this is actually the model from the Outland mines. Specifically, the Netherwing mines comes to mind. The Netherwing mine comes to mind. Anyways. That's true. We never found out what was up with the snake's tail. I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be part of the raid, though. I mean, there's quite a few things that hint at future content that we never really saw. I didn't see another player around. Maybe someone came through here before I did. I don't know. I need more people to set on fire! Everyone in chat, I need you to make a big sacrifice for me.
What can I do for you?
Rest in peace, friends. Don't worry, I'll tell everyone we never gave up. Oh, it worked, it worked, it worked! My comrades can finally enjoy their well-earned rest. I'll stay here and finish the job. We Hollowstone miners always finish the job. We never give up. That's why Aragorn made an example of us. We wouldn't fall in line, you see? We wouldn't join his cult.
See you around.
Okay, so hands up. How many of you, when you first heard the name Aragol, were like, "Oh my God, it's Aragol"? I ask this because, as was mentioned in chat earlier, I imagine quite a few people were like, "Who the heck is Aragol? Why do I care?"
Need help?
Curse our luck. We find one functioning mine on this side of the hills, and it's full of scourge. No offense, friend, but that survivor you found sounds like he's been a little bit traumatized due to losing his friends. Aragol's been dead for years. I even saw his grave once.
Go with honor, friend.
Yeah, I helped kill him. He's definitely dead forever.
You need something?
Hey there. I overheard what you were saying to the captain, and I just want you to know, things aren't that simple in Northrend. Just because someone's dead doesn't mean they're out of the picture. Yeah, no kidding. Southwest of here, near Vorgersol Pass, lives a blind woman who goes by the name of Ruana the Blind. They say she's able to speak to the dead and has visions of the past and the future. Haven't heard the whole story, but sounds like she'd be up your alley.
For the Alliance.
Well, I have consumed your energy, Ricky. And so has Nightbot, apparently. I suppose, well, we'll wait on talking about the Worgen for just a minute, because the Worgen were the fourth form? Oh, hang on. So we've got Moonkin, Bear, Cat, Travel form, Flight form, bird form. And I think that's actually it. So there was another form for the Druids once upon a time. Savage form or something. I forget what they actually called it. But it was basically Worgen form. It was a form of wolf. And it was very savage, very brutal, very horrible. And it was so brutal, so terrifying, that they actually had difficulty controlling it. The Druids, when they would go into savage form, or whatever it was actually called, were having difficulty maintaining their sense of sanity, because they would lose themselves to their bestial nature. So they came up with a significant plan. They took this powerful staff of Elune, and they took one of the actual fangs from Goldrin, the one who was granting them this particular form, and they merged them together and formed this brand new thing called the Scythe of Elune. They figured this scythe would allow these druids to have control over this form and allow them to use it regularly. In truth, the exact opposite is what ended up happening. They completely lost themselves to the Worgen form, and it started enabling them to curse others. That's how the Worgen bite, and how the Worgen curse was actually able to be spread. It was so damaging and so widespread that Malfurion and his elder druids had to intervene themselves and banish all of these Worgen to the Emerald Dream. I'm going to pause there for a moment while we discuss this next quest.
You need something?
You seek knowledge beyond your reach, so you've come to me. I must warn you, stranger, the answers I provide might not be to your liking. I will not charge you gold for my services, for I can foresee your actions are necessary, and much hinges on what you learned today. I will, however, ask you to get a reagent for me, gossamer dust. Do this, and I will prepare a potion that will take you to the time and place where events took place that you need to witness.
See you around.
Okay, I will do that then. I don't know, Ziwan. I mean, really, other than the obvious real-life answer of time and money, I don't have a good answer for you. Yeah, literally, that is basically what was happening. They were going... So, Malfurion and his druids intervened and tossed them into the Emerald Dream. Now, in consequence... I think Nightbot won that fight, Ricky. In consequence, the... This is right about the time at which the Emerald Nightmare started getting more and more prolific, and so over the course of quite a bit of time, the Worgen that were locked within there became influenced and infested, basically, by the Emerald Nightmare, to the point where all the Worgen druids who were within the Emerald Dream were effectively just within the Emerald Nightmare. Now, this is actually important, because it explains one thing that used to be an inconsistency and has now been smoothed over. Remember, there were originally two conflicting reports of the originations of the Worgen. One said that they were a druidic creation because of the Scythe of Elune, and the other said they were from some other horrible, terrible world, as we've mentioned earlier. Well, the way that these two things line up together smoothly is that when they discovered this horrible, terrible world of nightmares and horror, what they were actually seeing was the Emerald Nightmare. So there is no actual inconsistency. It's just the human archmages who are trying to seek out... Oh, I need to and Ricky 1989. Yo, there we go. Words. So yeah, the human mages who had no understanding or knowledge of the Emerald Dream, when they sought out the the Worgen, they just found the Emerald Nightmare and thought it was another world, another dimension. So there is no actual inconsistency, like I said. Excuse me, mister. Do you know the way back to the soldiers' camp? Mr. Floppy and I decided to go for a walk in the woods, and my brother Walter was going to come with us, but he had some squire things to do. So Mr. Floppy and I went by ourselves, but we got lost. There's a whole bunch of hungry wolves, and we found this tower. The wolves went away, but we're still lost. Would you help us, please? You got it. Let's go, kid. I will defend you against hell itself. I might not defend your pet. In fact, I might eat it, because rabbits are very tasty. But I will definitely defend you. To my knowledge, yes, Komodo. All four, I guess? Vordrasil, Nordrasil, Teldrasil, and Saladdrasil. Yeah, all four world trees were crafted by Night Elves. So, you might ask, well, how did the Worgen become an issue then? Well, there's actually two reasons for that, both basically tied in. There was a Night Elf, somewhat recently, in fact, who was trying to fight off the demons. And, she wanted some great power to enable her to defeat her foes. Why are you tempting fate, Lurker? Anyway, so she was trying to defeat her foes, and she sought out the ancient, terrible, the vengeance of the Scythe of Elune in order to bring them forth. But in so doing, of course, she lacked the ability to properly control them. Hang on a second. Notice the wolf goes after the rabbit, not her. I find something about that funny. Ah, yes. I'll be reading that when we get there, Ziwan. Because, I mean, we'll be making a Worgen. No, a real Worgen, not a dead Worgen. Technically, we are actually playing one of Aragal's freed Worgen here. We're not actually playing a Gilnean. So, fun little factoid. I know that it doesn't actually come across in gameplay, but in lore, that's the explanation. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. So, there was an Archmage. This is the important thing. The Archmage's name was Erugal. Now, Erugal was actually a really talented Archmage of the Kirin Tor. He was a natural-born Gilnean, so he had Gilnean pride, just like all other idiots. Excuse me, all other Gilneans have. Hello, Shazad. And so he, long story short, he ended up discovering some of the hints and words, and why not, Silan? That your statement's so confusing to me. What's preventing me from reading that in game? Oh no, it's another wolf. It's a big one. He's gonna eat Mr. Floppy. Okay, can I attack him before... He's got Mr. Floppy in his mouth. God, let me attack him. Jeez. And Mr. Floppy is dead. I don't know what to make of this. I think this is bugged. Because, I mean, he's supposed to get back up, but he's dead. And she's just standing there. And, yeah. Listen, little girl. You need to get back to safety. It's right... I can literally see the camp from here, okay? Just go... Go up to the camp. I really don't want to leave little girl in the middle of the woods. Okay? This is not a fairy tale. Well, I hope to God it's not a fairy tale. So, anyways, I'm going to wait here for just a second to see if this just decides to resolve on its own. Where the hell was I? Irugal. So, well, you're not real either, Tom and Korea, but I would still feel bad if you got stabbed in the face. Irugal decided to, okay, so on the behalf, basically, on the behalf of the forces of Gilneas, Irugal sought a method to control the ultimate power to defend Gilneas from the Scourge. And Irugal basically unleashed the Worgen as a result of this. Now, that was probably a bad idea. Initially, the Worgen were really helpful, because the Worgen were immune to the more mundane forms of resurrection amongst the Scourge. I say the more mundane forms on purpose, because as we've discovered, the actual Scourge, who can resurrect any freaking thing, have no problem doing so, since we're playing one right now. We are playing a dead Worgen. Anywho, so, then the Worgen, of course, being completely uncontrolled mindless beasts, started spreading, and things got bad, and yada yada yada. Irugal actually went completely mad from those experiences, and since he's the one we're really talking about here. Irugal really didn't take kindly to the fact that he basically just ruined his own kingdom. A Dworgen. So, Irugal lost it. He started hanging out amongst the Worgen, and he found someone whose name I can't remember exactly, but it's the Prime Alpha of the Worgen. The Prime Alpha is one of the original Worgen, one of the actual Night Elf druids who got turned into a Worgen. And Irugal swore servitude. Yeah, that's great. Irugal swore servitude to the Prime Worgen in exchange for, you know, working alongside him and so forth and so on. Then, for some reason, Irugal decided the best thing to do would be to try to provoke the nearby Forsaken forces. Now, you might think, oh, that's incredibly stupid. Well, regardless of stupidity or lack thereof, try to remember that this was then the Forsaken were actually quite weak as a race. So, in all honesty, Irugal and his Worgen forces actually had a decent chance of carving a chunk out of the Forsaken at that particular point in history. They didn't because of the player characters, but otherwise they might have actually succeeded at it. We go into Irugal's domain, Shadowfang Keep, massacre him and his Worgen forces, and chop his head off.
Hello.
Alright. Ah, you seek a vision of the past. You are a wise Worgen. Every time someone drops by for a reading, they seem to want to know about the future. When you get to be my age, you learn that scrying the past, more often than not, is more useful. Drink this potion. Peer into the crystal.
Safe travels.
Drink, 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 drink. Oh! And there's a Worgen right there. So here we have Valinar, Theraldris, Atheron, and Keleseth, a.k.a. the Sand Lane. Rise, Irugal! The power of the Lich King commands you! Yes, he will suit our needs perfectly. Have him sent to Solstice Village when you're ready. Arthas will not be pleased if you fall behind schedule. And there's the unmarked grave, which he's in. Fun fact, they actually teleported us to Silverpine for that lair. It's kind of a cool little thing.
How are you?
Did you learn anything from your vision? You mentioned Solstice Village during your trance, which marks the second time today someone's spoken that name to me. There are two types of people in this world, Xylom. Those who believe in coincidence, and those who don't. On the day I lost my eyesight, I was given the gift of clairvoyance. I think you can guess what kind of person I am. Earlier today, a young woman named Sasha was granted the same vision you were. You will want to talk to her.
Have a good one.
Also, yes, there was a pretty sweet robe. I used that for transmog for quite a while on my paladin, actually. See, I had this whole backstory for my paladin, how she was a former aristocrat, and so she was still actually a member of the nobility. And so occasionally she was called upon to act as a noble when she was not off, beating the crap out of things for the light. So, this is an interesting quest here.
Hey there.
I was wondering when you'd turn up. Think you can give me a hand here?
See you later.
Wait, hang
See you
on.
around.
These monsters killed my father and kidnapped my sister. They're gonna pay for this. This thing, this curse that's affecting Silverbrook and Solstice Village, it makes beasts out of people. Beasts out of people. My father tried to warn them, but they all listened to the wolf cult instead. They've gone too far now. It's time to put them down for their own sakes.
Safe travels.
My sister's in there somewhere, and I can't seem to get this monster to talk. He doesn't seem to care about his own well-being, but I've got an idea. I knew his wife, Tatiana, before the wolf cult arrived. She was a horse handler. Take this tranquilizer dart. Bring her back alive. I'm going to need her if we're going to have her leverage with Anatoly. I will help you find the person behind all of this once we save my sister.
See you later.
Death to the Worgen! Death to all Worgen ever! What? I'm just tired of those frickin' Gilnean bastards. Damn it. Their arrogance is really off-putting. I forget who it was, but some days ago someone was talking about how they absolutely hated the elves in Warcraft, and most settings, because they were so arrogant. That's kind of how I feel about the Gilneans. I just loathe them. They make me want to just smack him in the face every time I see him. It's like, hi, Gilnean. Pap! What's up? How you doing, Greymane? Pap! How you doing? Listen, you're an idiot. Pap! Just over and over and over. Now, okay, in the interest of total honesty, Greymane gets a little bit better. But everyone else just... I think Hearthstone is a good game. I don't know what else to say about it. I think they should do more with it. Like, a lot more. So, by the way, just to really help emphasize this here for a moment, these are villagers, natives to Northrend, who have been living here for however long, who have survived Scourge and the Old Gods and all the other terrible, horrible stuff up here, and just live amongst the Grizzly Hills, okay? Yes, it is, Ventures. This is Murkadin. There he is. Anyways, so these people are, for all intents and purposes, civilians. Now, they're very hardy civilians, because they've managed to survive in the incredibly hostile terrain of Northrend, but they are still civilians. Amongst all of this, we finally encounter these guys, and it's like, well, they're condemned by the cult, and the cult is, of course, if you've forgotten, working for the Scourge, so... we'll see how it turns out, Hermes. Necessary casualties. But my point is that these people are literally just another pawn for the Scourge at this point. They're just using a different method to obtain more forces to throw at the Alliance. Varying up the Alliance and the Horde, varying up the differences. So this is cute. That's his wife. I just want to close that. Surprise, scum! You're going to tell me where my sister is, or I'm putting a bucket full of true silver bullets through your wife's hot heart. Oh, stop. Don't shoot, please. Don't hurt Tatiana. Where is Anya? The brat's held prisoner in the wolf den on the southern side of the mountains. She was to be taken to Aragol. Are we free to go now? There's one last thing. I need to know where Aragol is. Oh, forgive me, Tatiana. Nothing you can do to compare to what Aragol will do to us. I will tear you apart myself! And he's dead.
You need something? Have a good one.
That was close. We need to save Anya. Now!
See you around.
Please, I know it's Aragol you're after. I swear in my father's memory I'll help you take him down. But I beg you, Anya's completely innocent. We cannot leave her with these savage Worgen pig dogs! Help me rescue my sister, and you'll have me at your side when you face Aragol. I know the den he spoke of. We'll find it on the other side of the hill. Let's go. My sister's in danger.
See you later.
But yeah, I would really like Hearthstone to be evolved as a game. There's so much more they could do with it. The Tavern Brawl was a really good step in the right direction, in my opinion. But they need to do more. More. Anyways. Just my thoughts on it. Oh yeah, of course she is the one. I actually don't know if she's dead. They never really discussed that. Considering the type of gun she's using, she might have been hit by a straight shot, yeah. That's a good question, Takoida. Fortunately, she's not, but, I mean, it does make you wonder. I don't want to be here anymore. By the way, her sister is, like, young. Like, 10 years old young. That's the one she's been after this whole time. You won't eat me, will you? I like how she says that to me. No other race would have that same reaction. Anya, you're all right.
Hello.
It's time then, Xylem. Aragol must be defeated. Get a few people you can trust. Head for the Blood Moon Isle. We'll hit them fast, take out his lieutenants, and I'll catch up with you when it's time to take out the monster itself.
Safe travels.
Agreed, Permeus. And some of them do. So, you know, partial step in the right direction. But yes, Ventures, I am a Worgen helping other Worgen kill. Or I'm helping a Worgen hunter kill Worgen. Because, look, just don't question it, okay? I should pick up this quest before I forget about it. I'll read it in a minute.
What can I do for you? See you around.
It's time to go after the Worgen once and for all. Beautiful music playing. Right. I will say this. I like that they added the Aragol quest chain here, but I kind of wish they'd done more with it. It's actually a relatively short story arc for something that was hinted at in another zone, built up relatively well with the suspense and whatnot, and then just kind of ends. Once again, you get the impression they really had to rush a lot of this stuff. So, let's just kill these guys. Die. Wow, you're still an elite. I have to actually hit buttons for you. Damn. I often feel when I'm playing video games like I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger in True Lies. Have you killed any people? Yes, but they were all bad. That is correct, Venters. I actually discussed his history just a bit ago. Now, some people ask, why would Aragol willingly serve the Lich King? To which I say, why would Aragol be willingly serving anyone? The Lich King doesn't usually ask for willing servants. I mean, he likes them when he can get them, but, yeah. Where's the other one? Is he down here? And yeah, by the way, nice little tower thing here. So, there's a tiny little bit of lore to that. Just a tiny bit. It's really not much. It's just some flavor lore that I think helps establish this area a little bit better. So, hang on. This actually hurts. Damn it. I'm level 80. Why does this hurt? I'm level 80 in Blues equivalent. Blues equivalent is also known as Jazz. So there used to be an actual lore. Okay, so remember, Northrend used to actually have nobility and, you know, people. They had a whole infrastructure. This whole area did have humans who lived amongst it before the Lich King ever was a thing, long, long ago in the before time. And so this actual area here in specific was actually a fortress of one of those nobles right here. and they used it to rule over this area. Apparently, and this is super vague, so I don't know how much of this is abandoned plot line and how much of this is just developers talking, but basically this whole area had a revolution, a revolt happened, and the nobility here, I don't know if the nobility was evil, or if the peasants just wanted to be free from their grasp, or maybe there was someone else who wanted power. I don't know. But either way, there was a revolt. And as a consequence of that, all of the humans who lived here in the Grizzly Hills rebelled against the people in this particular fortress area. And this is pretty much all that's left of it, really. Tattered and broken and all that fun stuff. You can kind of see they used to have a standard and everything. So that's why so many of the people who live in the Grizzly Hills, even to this day, are just, farmers and trappers and otherwise people who are leave us alone kind of a people. Which is funny because the vast majority of them then immediately became Worgen and then died. So I don't think that actually worked out well for them. But, whatever. Like I said, just a little bit of flavor lore to help flesh out this zone a bit. So wish me luck on this. He's still an elite. Come here. Also, since this character will be doing 2 more zones after this, yeah, the odds of this being us hitting 81 are actually quite high. I shouldn't have done that. Not very many, One Joker. Not very many. I only say that because I believe it's mentioned somewhere that there were a few survivors of the incident that happened here in the Grizzly Hills. So literally only a handful at that point. Also, who out there, when they finally got the ability Army of the Damned, were like, oh, this ability's awesome. Hey, Sasha, where the hell have you been? Jeez. But yeah, considering how many of these people were turned into Worgen. Yeah. And of course, the fighting that happened, and just, yeah, the general issue with the Iron Dwarves and the Trolls. And the spillover from the Scourge War. Yeah. Also, he only overdrops one thing, the Adventurer's Skull.
Good day to you.
We got him good, but not good enough. One thing's for sure, though. We won't be seeing him around ever again.
See you around.
No, seriously, he's never part of the lore again, ever. He's dead, damn it. Okay. Let's go buy some moonshine really quick, shall we? Now that the Worgen threat is defeated forever. Right? Right. Okay, good. We will never encounter another Worgen ever again. So while we're here, we're going to buy some moonshine. But he asks us to do something. He says, oh, thank goodness you got it back, Limpy. I worried that Griselda and I were going to be all alone. I'm cooking up some food here for us, but Griselda will have none of it. She's fond of the fish that live off the coast of the Eastwind Shore to the east. Can't stand them myself, but she's always been a picky eater. 6 good-sized fish ought to keep her happy for a while. Now run along, Limpy Joe. Wouldn't want to keep the old girl waiting, would you?
Can I help you?
I'm going to sell this guy the skull of an adventurer. Shoot. Oh, it's a quest item, so it's already there, okay.
Have a good one.
They'll never find us here, will they? They won't let us get them. They won't get us like they got Limpy Joe and Flannel McGee. No, we escaped from those monsters. They're nothing like us, Griselda. We're hunters, you and I. No wolfmen here, no ma'am. Keep an eye on them, girl. Don't let the wolfmen get to us. Don't let the Wolfman get to us, Griselda. By the Hugh Glass. I forget the name of the gentleman he's based off of in real life, but he's based off of a gentleman in real life who is a crazy person, I think is probably the nicest way I can put that. Yes, crazy. Oh, is it Hugh Glass? What, did I have the right name there? Also, hi, War Wager. Now, as you can see, we can't go one zone without having some kind of runes in it. In this case, the runes are actually not Elven, though. They're Troll. Because this used to be part of the great Drakari Empire. Now, the Drakari aren't exactly weak at this point in time. In fact, they've actually got a fairly strong and fairly well-designed empire. But, well, they couldn't withstand the Scourge. So, here's hoping they don't do anything rash. Anyways. Alright. Let's go get him a salmon. Well, this guy in particular is legitimately crazed because of what happened with the Worgen, killing him and his most of his friends. Hey, I'm back.
What can I do for you?
If you don't hurry, it'll be more than just her stomach that's growling. You! You're not Limpy Joe! By the light, you killed Limpy Joe and took the meat! How'd you know where to find us? Well, if you've come to kill me too, can you at least wait until I fed Griselda? Poor girl hasn't eaten in days. Here, girl. I've got one last meal for you before Limpy Joe's killer does us in. Nom, nom. How could you kill poor defenseless old Joe? Why'd you bring the meat back? You're an enigma, that's what you are, and let me tell you, enigmas and I don't get along. I think you'd best leave before Griselda decides she's in the mood for dessert. Would this be a bad time to point out that the Scourge are probably my favorite faction in WoW, One Joker? I think it would be a bad time to point that out. I'll just move on. Clearly the dwarves are the superior faction. I mean, look at this. They build places like this. Look at this place. It's amazing. It's incredible. It's beautiful. So beautiful. Behold the might of Thor Modan. We'll get to there in just a minute. There he is.
What's on your mind?
What's this you've got there? Let me get this straight. A Worgen, I don't know, brings me a cask of the finest booze in this miserable forest. Okay, what are you after? I hope Brian knows I threw my men from Thor Modan when the battle began. There's no way we can excavate anything till that place settles down. You seem like a brave sort, though, and you have Stoutmantle's trust. Thor Modan is just to the northeast of us. The battle still wages between our earthen brothers and the creations of those accursed dwarves. Help our brethren even the odds. I'll start figuring out a way we can accomplish this survey of Thor Modan.
Off with you.
Oh my god, War Rager. That's crazy. Well, there's two ways to defeat them, One Joker. One is to simply be bigger and stronger. The other is to take off the one linchpin of the entirety of the Scourge. That is probably the biggest flaw of the Scourge, is the fact that without the Lich King they are nothing. All they are is a roaming band of wild death. I'll talk more about that when we get to Icecrown, though. The Earthen Warriors. Who the heck? There's a dwarf here made of stone! Holy crap! That's wild. He's got some gems in him, too. Like, built into his this stony skin? I don't know what to call that. Well, whatever. The Earthen Warrior's stone surface is covered with cracks and gouges. Although it's incapable of bleeding, you can sense the warrior's near death. Fine. Kurin. You must fight Kurin. It looks at you helplessly as you ask for any clues as to who or what Kurin might be. Our leader stands on the hill, overlooking Armadan. Please, they cannot take the city. Yeah, and then he dies. I do have to admit, Zoan, I can't actually disagree with your reasoning. Because that is kind of the point of the Scourge. Their unique circumstances are why they win, you know? Now, I like that kind of a thing, personally. It's one of the reasons I like the Borg, too. The Borg aren't super powerful because they have amazing ships. They aren't super powerful because they have all this incredible technology. No. The reason the Borg are such a big threat is because of the assimilation, because of the nature of what they are. It's the same thing with the Scourge. A Scourge army is a danger, but no real more or less danger than any other army, relatively speaking. But the Scourge's big trick is that, you know, that ability to convert, that ability to get up forever, their undead nature. Ergo, that's what makes them interesting to me. So as weird as this sounds, One Joker, I totally agree with you. I just have the opposite result, if that makes any sense. Yes, Kay, but only under certain circumstances. In fact, yeah, I could do that myself as a Death Knight. This battered, mud-stained journal has seen better days. Leafing through the pages, you discover dozens of notes, diagrams, and maps. The author's handwriting seems vaguely familiar, but you're unable to place it until you discover the entry signed with the name of Bran Bronzebeard, the most awesome dwarf in the universe. The back half of the book, containing the most recent entries, has been torn away. Pages litter the battlefield, and it'll be impossible to know what Bronn has discovered till the whole book is whole again. And I'm not kidding, by the way. Bronn is easily my favorite dwarf. Bronn is awesome. Super, super awesome. So, yeah. Probably because they're not evil, okay? I mean, just as a thought. You realize most people don't want to be raised as undead, right? Besides, the Valkyr do that quite a bit. And we'll talk about that when we make our Forsaken character. And we discuss why so many of the Forsaken are actually victims. Red shirt guy? Well, he's okay, I admit. Red shirt guy is okay. Just okay, though. Bronn is definitely the best. I'll help you, Earthen people. So, these are the Earthen, by the way. The Earthen are the original dwarves. Now, you might be thinking, well, what about the Iron Dwarves? Well, I know I've said this before, but I really need to rehash this, because some people never really quite got this. Iron Dwarves are a recent invention. They're not actually the original dwarves. They're not anything to do with the dwarves, other than that they were based off of the Earthen design. Iron Dwarves, Iron Runic Golems, Iron Vrykul are all built by Loken and his forces in order to be servitor races of Yogg-Saron. They're not actually the original form. The original form was Earthen. Those were the... oh god, the dwarves that were built... oh, by the Titans to be a servitor race, ironically. See you around, FMNito? I don't know how to say that. Nice, Zawan. I did not actually know that. Anyways, so yeah, the Earthen are the original dwarves, and they're still good guys. They're also still uncorrupted, which is one of the reasons why the Iron Dwarves are so interested in killing them all. because they are actively an opponent force against Yogg-Saron and his people. Oh, God. Anyways, Kay, I don't actually understand what you're asking. Like, okay, so it doesn't work that way, is basically what I'm trying to say. The Lich King has the ability to control any undead anywhere, instantly, and forever, basically. That's kind of his shtick. So let's say you kill yourself, raise yourself as an undead. If he still wants to be in control of you, you're still going to be controlled. The only reason the Death Knights are free is because the Lich King deliberately released them as his, we'll call them couriers, I think, because that's the most insulting way to get across the idea possible.
What can I do for you?
Sounds like things are calming down a wee bit. We'll start looking for the entrance to the Iron Dwarf's tunnel systems. The first place we'll search for tunnels will be the outlying buildings. As I left with me men, it looked like the Iron Dwarf defenders were taking refuge inside of them. Any tunnel entrances are likely to be toward the back of the buildings.
Safe travels.
Hey, G-Juice. He's never done so, Takoida, so I don't know is the answer. The fact that that distance doesn't seem to be a difficulty for him is kind of interesting. So we turn in this journal. You found Bron's journal? Incredible. The League hasn't gotten a report from him in some time. We began to fear he may have been captured or killed. By the way, a little bit of point of note here. We've heard about Bran Bronzebeard since forever. He's a fairly frequent person mentioned in the lore, but he wasn't in the game at all. Not in vanilla, not in BC. We never actually saw Bran on camera. He was always absent, right? So Wrath was the very first time that Bran Bronzebeard ever actually made an appearance, and he would make an appearance in basically each expansion after this point. Although I don't think he's in Warlords. I'm not sure about that.
Watch your back.
Bran's journal mentions he had a runic keystone to illuminate the important runes on the plate he discovered. Without the keystone, the plate's contents would be little better than gibberish. At the end of Bran's last entry, he describes an Iron Dwarf defender seizing the keystone from him, shattering it, dividing it amongst themselves.
Off with you.
As Warwager points out, it is actually possible for someone to try and contest the will of the Lich King. For obvious reasons, that's never succeeded. Not counting Sylvanas, which is kind of a unique case, really. That also wasn't the second Lich King. That was the first Lich King that she managed to break free of. While the first Lich King was damaged, I feel like pointing out. What? Oh, right, duh. Yeah, Nethrazim answered that question before I could open my mouth. So. And yeah, Sylvanas does have quite a bit of willpower, and she's also technically worse than the Lich King, in my opinion. Now, what Hylisk says is actually a really, really good point. Sir Zeliek, who had sufficiently powerful will and self-determination to retain his sense of self, while still being completely under the control of the Lich King, that pretty much indicates just how unlikely it is that you're actually going to break free. At least if he wants to keep a hold of you, which is, of course, the catch. I also have to admit, I find it interesting that if the Lich King was just interested in winning, he already would have. He was just like, nope. But of course, winning didn't interest him, because in his mind he already had. And of course he wanted the whole ultimate army thing, for many, many different reasons, which we've already discussed. Tom and Korea, we're going to be going over every single one of the races, and we're going to be talking a lot about those races when we go through Cataclysm, so yes.
There's...
Oh yeah, I remember Gunther. Gunther's kind of a unique case, I'll admit. So Gunther was this old, Forsaken starting zone. He was in Tears of Fall Glades. Quest giver. He's actually not a quest giver anymore. Yeah, he did manage to break free of the Lich King of his own volition. He is, I think, one of the only ones who actually did that. At least at that point in time. That puts him basically on the level of will as Sylvanas. Remember, he broke free from the first Lich King, not the second. So again, a weakened Lich King. But still, he managed it. He also kind of went crazy as a result of that, and super paranoid. So, yeah, dealing with him was kind of funny. But yes, it is not impossible to break free from the Lich King. Yes, that what I just said that. You probably are waiting for Twitch lag. But as Hylisk points out, yeah, Azeroth was never what the Lich King was interested in. He had bigger fish to fry, which is funny. Ultimately, it really was his arrogance that brought him down. That and the fact that he had Arthas fighting against him from within. Sylvanas broke free on her own, yes. Although there is some debate about that, because some people postulate that the three Nethrezim, that would be Deathrok, Balnazar, and Varimathras, that the three Nethrezim were the ones who actually assisted Sylvanas and the local undead into breaking free. Don't forget, those three Dreadlords also exhibited control over the local undead in their fight against, well, Sylvanas, basically. So we found an earthen giant. Now, let's talk about these guys really, really quick. These are actually rock giants. I know they've got plants and stuff growing out of them, but that's because of the fact that they're made out of rock and earth. That's basically a natural growth on them. That's not something that was built into their original design, is what I'm trying to say. These were some of the original giants that were actually built by the Titans to be servitor races. Now, if you're paying attention, the Titan, a lot of races were originally built to be Titan servitors. They use a wide variety of beings based on the particular terrain that they're in at any given point in time. In this case, they wanted the giants for the obvious reason: heavy muscle, heavy lifting, that kind of a thing. This is probably what all the giants originally looked like, based on what we understand. I'm not putting a 100% stamp on that because we're not sure about that. But in my opinion, this is the original prototype of the giant. All the other types of giants, the sea giants, the storm giants, the frost giants, all of those other the kinds that were affected by the Curse of Flesh, probably originated with this basic model. So this is probably the original giant form that we're looking at here. They fight bravely, but he is right. We will not overcome the iron dwarves of Thormodon without help. My giants in the earthen have long struggled against the iron's evil. That's not actually true. It's only been a few years. But our forces are not numerous enough to win the battle for Thormodon. Will you help us? Will you be the one character to do stuff while everyone else is incompetent? Okay. Beneath us is Iron's ancient bastion, Thormodon. Thousands of years ago, the stone giants tore the land asunder, collapsing the city and exposing the rest. Even now, the Iron Dwarves attempt to reclaim their old capital, but we will not permit it. My giants fill the trench with boulders and debris, hoping to seal it off and kill the servants of Iron. So yes, this is literally stone versus iron, which I admit I kind of like the concept of. Mountain giants are actually quite similar to these things. In fact, they have the exact same model and framework. So, yeah. Nothing else to add there. So, you might be thinking, well, hang on. If the Iron Dwarves are relatively recent, why is this a thing? Well, let me explain what I mean a little bit by this. So the Iron Dwarves are not the original dwarves, but once upon a time, some time ago, Loken was influenced and manipulated by Yogg-Saron and corrupted by him. He went through a lot of activity in order to try and follow Yogg-Saron's will. He failed at actually freeing Yogg-Saron back in the time. We're right here. GG's. He failed at actually freeing Yogg-Saron. He failed at actually performing most of his will, but he was able to craft a lot of the Iron Dwarves and craft the Iron Vrykul, so that's when they originally were crafted. Now, they did a few things back then, but when Loken's plans were going to hell in a handbasket, and the other Watchers started opposing him, Loken was sealed away, and along with the vast majority of the other races, including the Vrykul and the Earthen and a few others, the Giants as well. So this place right here, Thor Madon, of course this is an Iron Giant capital, but it actually didn't always used to be. This place is actually kind of neat. So when the Titans first created the Earthen, specifically the Earthen, they were like, well, we need to make sure that our race is able to survive on its own. So they took a whole bunch of Earthen, a few thousand Earthen, and just plopped them in the Grizzly Hills and walked away from them. No Watcher interference, no external influence, nothing. Just watching what's happening and seeing if the prototype dwarves, the Earthen, could function on their own. As you might imagine, the Earthen were fantastic at functioning on their own, and the Titans were very, very pleased in their creations. So the majority of Thor Madon and the city that's south of here, Dun Argol, was actually built by the Earthen forever ago. I mean, way, way long ago. Well before any of this Iron Dwarf crap happened. Really, Nethrazine? And yes, the trees were not part of the original design, sorry. So, yeah. What the... Oh, right, I'm huge. I'm like, why am I moving so slow? Right, I have the power to lift boulders right now. I bet my mount is gargantuan. Behold. I know you can't quite tell, because there's no frame of reference. Excuse me. I'm hoping a lot of these somewhat inconsistent things in the timeline get smoothed out by the WoW Chronicles book. Because a few of the things don't quite line up with each other unless you interpret, and it always kind of bothers me when you have to interpret to make up for deficiencies in a story. Just a little bit. Mainly because of the fact that, well, let's just say that speaking as the lore runner, let's just say one of the most common complaints I get is, well, you're just making up for it. You're just trying to fill in their holes for them. And it's like, well, yeah, I have to. And I get really tired of people telling me I'm terrible because of that. It gets old. Also, yes, I'm picking up boulders and flinging them. That's actually a thing I'm doing. A giant is someone who is larger than other people. So, for example, to a small person, you would be a giant. Maybe. Damn it, I didn't hit anyone. I admittedly don't like this quest. Can I pick up... Oh, I can pick up multiples, thank God. So I need one more. Now, unfortunately, one question I want to talk about right here, I can't really because I don't actually have a good answer for it. See, one of the biggest questions here is, what the hell are the Iron Dwarves doing? Why are they fighting the Earthen? Why are they trying to destroy so many things? Why are they trying to wipe out civilizations and kill half the entire world? That seems illogical. The problem is, to put it bluntly, we don't actually know what they're after. Not really. They are, of course, following the orders of Loken, who is following the orders of the old gods, at least specifically Yogg-Saron himself. We also know for a fact that Yogg-Saron was totally okay with destroying all of Azeroth. So why? Now, we've speculated on that, because we can do that. The most common speculation I've heard is actually the idea that if Azeroth was destroyed, if it was re-originated, as the actual term goes, that the old gods would be freed. that their prison would be destroyed, because they believed that they would actually survive that re-origination. I find that a little bit questionable personally. I'm not sure I believe that they would survive that re-origination. They might think they will, because the old gods are the most arrogant thing in an entire game of massively arrogant people. But, As quickly as we are able to fill the trench, the Iron Dwarves keep clearing it. Our assault from above will not take the city alone. You must fight the Earthen, or you must fight the Earthen fighting in the plaza below. The Sons of Iron have used their runes to enthrall many of my brothers, and are using them to break the siege on Thor Modan. I wish we did not have to fight them, but we have no choice. My giants will not hold out long against them. I have imbued this earthen shard with a blessing. Take it and use it. Kill any iron who would stand in your way. Well, my point is the iron... that's possible. But again, keep in mind that the Iron Dwarves are actively assisting in the destruction of the planet. Which, once again, just seems like an unusual goal to be had, even for the old gods. Not an impossible goal, just an odd goal. I mean, even the Burning Legion have an understandable goal. You know what I mean? They want to purge all life, all everything, all everywhere, so that they can start over and make a universe that's actually good, instead of one that's crappy. So that makes sense. I'm with that. Got it. Are they all... Is this... Hang on a second. There we go. So, you know, that is understandable, but what the hell the old gods are after, who knows? Now I know what you're about to say. They're old gods, Arse. They're not supposed to be understandable. Stop trying to use logic and reason and just accept the fact that they're evil and crazy, and that's it. I don't work that way. Sorry. Even the Lovecraftian old ones had a more understandable mindset, for lack of a better term. There could also be some kind of reincarnation thing going on here. Like, they know that they'll die, but, you know, their essence or their power or whatever will live on and therefore affect the future. Or, as Permeus pointed out, maybe they're just tired of living. Technically, yes, Erika. In a very technically sort of a way. Come on. There we go. Hey, Fenrir. Hey, we're only on week 2 right now. And we're nowhere. Yeah, this is going to be long. No, they're sicking technodromes on me, Dakoita. We have been told what the origination process actually is. Basically, the origination process is... So, they take all of the matter and all of the energy of a world and break it down to its base components. Literally, like dumping it into a replicator kind of a thing. And so they dump all of that into this... So basically it's just this giant cloud of matter and energy, which they then reform into an entirely new world. That's what re-origination means. So given the fact that they break things down to what is effectively the atomic level, that's why I kind of tilt my head at wondering why the old gods would deliberately want to make that happen. And Eriko, it's funny you ask that. The Titans haven't actually been active in quite some time, and we're pretty sure that's a plot point. Not a plot hole, a plot point. Anyways, Fenrir, like I said, we're in Wrath right now. So, if that gives you an idea, great. If it doesn't, I don't know what else to tell you. You've given our allies the strength to fight on, and for that you have my thanks. Even so, we must begin planning a way to end this before we're overrun. If we can't overcome the defenders inside, the Iron Dwarves will hold out forever. The Earthen are bravely taking on the constructs built by the Sons of Iron, but they cannot break into the city. The tunnels too narrow for my fellow giants will be of use, so our options are few. Would you be willing to venture into the city and kill the dwarf, commanding the resistance? Of course I would. By the way, I love the irony of this. So this seems like your standard natural versus artificial situation. The natural earthen here versus the artificial iron, right? That's kind of a common thread in a lot of themes and a lot of fiction. The thing I find fascinating about this particular twist on it is the fact that the natural forces here are the ones who are fighting against the servants of the natural forces, because the old gods are the actual natural ones, and the titans are the artificial ones. So the titans have imbued the natural earthen to fight the old god imbued artificial iron. I have no idea, Darkrai. Sometime next year. There you go. There's your answer. Now that I don't know, Hylisk. I don't know if a Titan has to be present. Whatever. I don't know if a Titan has to be present for re-origination, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't. And you might be like, well, why do you think that? Well, because of the dialogue that Algalon gives, it seems pretty clear that Algalon has done re-origination on worlds by himself. Ergo, he doesn't actually need a Titan present to do so. I like how they're literally throwing trees in here. It's great. It is also, what Nethrezim says is probably the closest thing to an explanation I've ever heard, so props to you, Nethrezim. I've heard that mentioned before, and just, it's never really been well argued. The idea that the old gods are incredibly manipulative, which they are, and incredibly intelligent, which they are, but not very long-term thinking. They basically live for the manipulation itself, even if that actually is to their detriment, because they don't really have a goal, per se. The old gods don't actually have any end plan in mind. The Legion, they want something. The Titans, they want something. The Aspects want something. The Scourge wants something. Everyone wants something except for the old gods, who are basically just in it for the moment. And that is another possible explanation for why the old gods basically don't really make a lot of sense. Well done, Xylom. The loss of the Iron Commander should be enough to break the remaining defenders. The Earthen will have to be able to deal with the survivors. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to turn the tide of the battle for Thor Madon. The ancient city has long been a battlefield between earth and stone. I can only hope we have silenced it for the last time. The Iron Dwarves still use their magic to capture and enslave my brethren. Gavrok was searching for a way to free the ruined. Look for him on a small cluster of islands called the Ruins of Tethys, off the central part of the eastward shore to the south. I will steal all your spaghetti, Bragman. Okay, I'll give you some back. There you go. That would also make sense, since the old gods are natural creatures. They're the flesh, right? They're the biological creatures, whereas the titans are the artificial creatures, and are the ones who have the long-term plan going on, right? So it kind of makes sense that, you know, they really would just be instinctual things. Kind of similar to the Heartless, actually, if you think about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, because the Heartless are extremely manipulative, but they're not intelligent, really. So it's not quite a one-to-one. But the Heartless manipulate everyone around them to accomplish their instinctual goals. But there's no real driving... I shouldn't say that. There's no real driving goal behind the Heartless. They're just acting, you know?
Interest you on the point?
Anyways, we've worked it. We've done it.
Good.
We've no time to lose. Now that we've reassembled the runic keystone, well, most of it, we can decipher the contents of those basic runic plates Bran was working on before he fled. We have no way of knowing... This is really loud. There is no way of knowing if he managed to read the contents of all 3 plates. We'll have to assume he got enough information to determine his next destination. Stand before the plates.
Watch your back.
Read of the plates.
You got my attention.
No entrances? None? Yeah, of course it wouldn't be that easy. I suppose there's no avoiding a foray into the city proper. My boys will never get back to their real work. When we began excavating the city, I sent Surveyor Orlan to check the stability of the tunnels. I didn't see him escape when we were through, and I'm worried he may be still trapped in the city. If we're going to get an army to through Thor Madon, we'll need information he was collecting.
Watch your back.
Okay. Yeah, well, I can't do an actual Scottish accent, so I'm just doing my best Dwarvish accent. Just like I do a troll accent. not a Jamaican accent. Because I can't do a Jamaican accent. This is a nice touch, by the way. The fact that I just got dismounted right when I was about to start flying out. They actually have a similar statue to the one in Ironforge here, just made out of iron rather than stone. Just a nice little touch there. Admittedly, it's pretty hard for me to do gnome. Don't worry, we'll be hearing lots of gnomish accents when we make our gnome character. Nordic word. Speaking of which, I actually looked up how to pronounce Yimijar. Apparently it's pronounced Yimijar. I have to admit, that's like the opposite of how I wanted to pronounce that. But whatever, it's what the thing said, so I have to go by it. So here's our dead dwarf. A quick examination of the body reveals the surveyor has been dead for some time. Looking through his pack, you stumble across his handwritten notes. His notes indicate he bought pieces of equipment called a portable seismograph. But the device is nowhere to be seen. The survey log shows that Orland completed all his readings in Thormodon's tunnel, save one labeled the east end of the exposed tunnel. Well, let's go take that out then, shall we? I need something to read. Hang on. Let's pretend this is a gnomish quest. Hang on just a second. I could actually sit up a little bit.
We've no time to lose. Now that we've reassembled the runic keystone, well, most of it, we can decipher the contents of those very same runic plates that Braun was working on before he fled. We've no way of knowing if he managed to read the contents of all 3 plates, but we have to assume he got enough information to determine his next destination. Stand before each of the plates and use the keystone to determine the contents of each. Bran is counting on us.
Yimijar, also known as the Ascended Undead Vrykul, which I was looking up exactly how to pronounce because I want to talk about them later.
For Nomragan!
Greatest of the Maker's children, arise and claim your birthright. Shall return to the cradle of iron and stone. Nothing professional, Jijus, but yes. Return to Ulduar, nestled in the embrace of storm. What? In all honesty, the most professional voice acting I've ever really done is for the show. Like for my Arshan Gaius theater sections or the stuff I'm doing for the Loreruns and whatnot. Since, you know, I'm actually getting paid to do that. But where's the seismograph? It still counts. I suppose I'll take that as a positive. Where the hell? That's what I thought too, Noblesse, but it didn't seem to... Oh, never mind, it did. Ugh, I'm stupid. I must have been going too quickly. My bad. There we go. No? Let's try it over here. It's got a huge cooldown. Of course it's got a minute cooldown. Yes, that's who I'm referring to, Zuon Joker. The Ascended Undead. Which, according to the online source of how to pronounce that, said Yimijar. So I'm going to pronounce it that way, because they're the experts, and I'm not. Now, the Vargul, I can pronounce that easy. Call me Commander. General Commander. Oh, hey, it's... Yep! Oh, right. Hey, Deutsch, your dog is adorable. Well, admittedly, I thought the J would be pronounced as a Y, so it would be Yimyar, or something like that. Yimyar. But apparently I'm completely freaking wrong. See you around, Noblesse. I don't even remember Netherseam. The High Supreme Commander of everything. That's our new rank. Thank you, Rado. I appreciate the kind thoughts. Oh, this isn't good at all. Even if we could excavate the tunnels behind the blockage, there's no guarantee they wouldn't collapse again. Looks like some of these areas haven't been used in generations. We'll have to give Captain Grind the bad news.
See you soon.
With all the excitement about the army trying to move through Thorbadan, I'd almost forgotten about Rhaegar's crew down at Prospector Point. I sent Rhaegar and his assistants down with a mountaineer friend to establish a small post near Dun Argol, at the southern end of the eastern shore. They were to investigate the Iron Dwarf presence, but I haven't received any reports yet. Could you go look on them?
Off with you. What's on your mind?
He listens to your recounting of the runic plates. By Moradin's hammer, he's discovered a new Titan city. The cradle of irons and stone. Ulduar, nestled in the storm. What do you suppose that means? Could it be where we have come from after all these years? We have to follow him. We have to find him.
Be good.
So in case you don't catch that, one of the big plot threads that's been happening since Vanilla is the truth of the origination behind the dwarves. You know, where they came from as a race. Now, I've already completely and utterly spoiled that for you guys, but we don't actually find out that truth until we get all the way to Storm Peaks, and then go into a dungeon in Storm Peaks, and that's finally the point in time at which we actually learn about the truth of where the dwarves came from and all that fun stuff. Up until now it's all just been this vague sort of, well, we believe they came from the same race as the Trogs, and we believe that the Titans were involved, and that's basically all we knew. So, that's pretty much the primary reason Bronn is actually up here in Northrend, is trying to discover the secret origins of the Dwarven people. What can you tell me about Loken and the Iron Dwarves? Ah, yes, Loken is well known to me. It is he who commands the Sons of Iron in their war against us. From his hiding place, he oversees their preparations for war with the goal of exterminating the Stone Giants. Yes, it is, Hylisk. This is the first time we find out the Titans are basically bad guys. I know Kurun is glad for your help. The defeat of Thor Modan will be a great achievement for us, but will not free our brethren. Even as Kurun attacks Thor Modan, the Iron Dwarves work their magics against our brothers, summoning our brothers from the earth and binding them with runes. The Sons of Iron force them to war against the Children of Stone. Along the Eastwind shore, they use runes of compulsion to send the enslaved giants into the battlefields of the north. Find the 4 runes. Kill them! Kill them all! Horribly, preferably. There was a site, I basically just googled Nordic pronunciation, and there was a site that had a person who would say them out loud. And that's what I used. Let me go ahead and grab these quests while we're right here.
How are you?
Welcome to me camp, Worgen. She don't look like much now, but she's home. Nice to meet you. Good day to you, Death Knight. Have yourself a seat by my fire, eh? I'd like to offer you a nice hot meal, only I ain't got one. I'm stuck here waiting on an associate, or I'd be out trying to remedy that situation myself. Say, you seem to have nothing but time on your hands. You're definitely not trying to stop the Iron Dwarves and the Old Gods and the Worgen and the Scourge and the Blue Dragonfly. So why don't you go hunting for me?
Off with you.
Trolls. Me hates them all. Puh. I once got myself captured by a band of the beasts. Came this close to getting me head strunk. Me friends tell me just move on and put it all behind me. But that ain't sitting right. You wanna know what would make me feel better, Worgen? Seeing a pile of their corpses so high, it blots out the sun. I've got good gold to spend, if you can make that happen. So you might ask, why does this guy have such a thing against trolls? Well, these two people, Kraz and Harkor, these were two of the survivors from Zul'Aman. Two of the people we actually rescued during the 4 chest run. So, yeah, these two people used to be imprisoned by the Amani, and were going to be sacrificed in order to feed the high priests. That could be it, Nethrazim. Then again, the Bajorans are well aware of the fact that the prophets are an actual people in the wormhole, and yet they still worship them, so I don't know.
What do you need?
Greetings, Death Knight. It's kind of you to stop and listen to Kaz's tale. For many years, I've strained to hear the spirits and do their bidding. Recently, many voices have been crying to Kraz from these ruins. They seek a peace they cannot find on their own. If you would help the spirits of those who have come before, enter the crypt and collect something that once belonged to these tormented souls.
Strength.
Okay, I can do all that. Yeah, I think both Halls of Stone and Halls of Lightning were excellent dungeons. Then again, I honestly don't think any of the dungeons in Wrath were bad. The only one that I think was subpar was Violet Hold. Death to the Sons of Iron. And therein lies the problem, Kay. It is entirely possible, if either of our theories about Elune are true, that there is actually no real deity in all of in Warcraft's history. Since Elune was the only one. And she has since been... It's pretty likely that she's not actually a deity based on what they're doing now. She is either a Naru, a Titan, or something we haven't even guessed at yet. What do you guys think? Do you think it's more likely that Elune is the Titan that's in the middle of the planet, or she's a Naru, as we've been theorizing for many years? Oh, Elune absolutely exists. That's not the thing I'm contesting. From what we know about the Warcraft Chronicles book, there absolutely was a Elune who was discussing things with the Dark Trolls and helped uplift them to the Night Elves. In fact, Elune taught them Titan words and Titan terminology, which is part of why I postulate now that she is actually the Titan essence we mentioned. I think I agree, Hylisk. Given what we've already learned about the whole Titan and Azeroth thing, it seems very, very likely that Elune is actually that Titan. For the reasons you mentioned, it's an out-of-character reason, not an in-character reason. Out of character, the fact that they've announced, oh my god, by the way, there's a Titan in Azeroth. That's new, by the way. We just found that out like a week ago. You don't want to just introduce a brand new character out of nowhere, unless, it is worth noting, unless they're trying to start a completely separate new story arc that has nothing to do with any previous things. But if they're trying to tie up existing story arcs, then it seems more likely to make an existing character that individual, that entity. And so making Elune, who has been a major facet of a huge amount of Warcraft's history across almost all of the games, really, making her that Titan just makes a lot of narrative sense. Now, what Bragwin says is something I've debated as well, since, as we've already discussed, Loa is practically a species name, and there's a huge number of beings who either are Loa or are suspected to be Loa. So, a Titan being literally a world's Loa would be an interesting concept. But the only actual reason I don't think that's true is because of the way they've redefined the cosmology, for lack of a better term. Because Loa are natural entities, whereas Titans are arcane entities, which are more of order than they are of nature. And the distinct difference between those two makes me think that they are separate and segregate. They actually call them wild gods. The Loa. And considering that wild gods include several of the things like Cenarius and Ursoc and Loa, it adds more fuel to the fire for my theory I've had for a long time, that most of the ancients, you know, like the ones in Pandaria or Cenarius or others like that, are in fact Loa, and have always been Loa. Just different manifestation, basically. Actually, that's a pretty cool way to put that, Dakota. But yes. Or artifact. Titans would probably actually be artifact when I think about it. No, that's actually a lie. I'm not sure Titans would qualify as artifact. I'd have to think about that. By the way, thank God for 100% drop rates, am I right? Thank you, Wrath, for being better than Outland. Just, seriously. Well, it's an interesting question, Bragman, but as was pointed out earlier, would it actually be that out of bounds to worship a Titan? Because of how, I mean, the Titans they're a thing, you know, we all know the Titans exist. They're not some kind of mysterious unknown force. I mean, there's a lot of we don't know about them, but that's not what I mean. So yeah, it's entirely possible if they were like, aha, you know, we have worshipped the Titans. People might be like, dude, that might be not a bad idea.
Talk to me.
I mean, the Titans actually exist, so you know, maybe we should follow the Titans instead of whatever it is we're following. It doesn't help that the general religion of humans in general is literally just following the light, which isn't even an entity. It's just a concept. Anyways, outstanding!
Walk with you.
Nothing better than a pint with a hot meal. Let's go kill some trolls. Death to the Drakari! And to the living! Or, I mean... Well, actually, Takoida, I'm pretty sure most people view the Titans as good still. In character, in lore, I mean. So, it is entirely within reasonability that people still think of the Titans as good things. We know better. But we have the third-person viewpoint. We know things that characters don't know. And it's worth noting that it's debatable if the Titans are evil in the sense that they are actively malicious or malevolent, or if they are evil in the sense that they are ambivalent and simply don't care. It is kind of hard to define once you get to the level that we're talking about here, but we do know that the Titans had absolutely no problem wiping out entire planets of living beings before. And their reasoning for doing? Well, the planet was wrong, and it's not like there was anything alive on it. And that's kind of the catch. The Titans don't really recognize life that is not of their own as life. Algalon himself says so flat out when we actually defeat him in Ulduar. And the fact that the Titans have so resisted taking out this planet because there's a nascent Titan in it, again, shows that they were willing to endure even Old God corruption if it meant saving the life of a single actual life, aka Titan. And yes, I already really talked about Zul'jin. I don't think there's really much else to discuss about him, really. The biggest thing to mention about Zul'jin, to re-mention about Zul'jin, is the fact that he is one of two most venerated of troll heroes, like, ever. Zul'jin and, of course, Zul. We'll talk about Zul when we get to Pandaria, and a little bit in Kata. And yeah, as Hylisk points out, this is definitely a green and orange morality kind of a situation going on here. The Titans just think so differently than us. But of course, they are more than willing to wipe us out. All of us. Every single one of us. And so, that's a hard thing to ignore, you know. So yes, these are frost trolls, also known as the Drakari. We'll be talking more about the Drakari, though, in a minute, because we're not actually doing Drakari stuff yet. I know it looks like we are, but we really aren't. We'll be doing Drakari stuff soon. Very soon. Because it's our next zone. And based on the time, it looks like we will be able to get to the beginning of Drakari today. I don't remember what Jin means off the top of my head. I know Zool means something, although I don't remember what off the top of my head. Well, see, here's the interesting question, Raskor. If the Titans knew that we were alive, would they spare us? Now, that is a question we don't know the answer to, because no, we have never encountered a Titan. We have only encountered their Watchers. However, it is worth noting that Algalon, once he found out that we were alive, was mortified, horrified by the trillions of lives he had extinguished. So, it isn't that out of bounds that if the Titans were convinced of the fact that we were actually living beings, they might actually care about our existence. Hey, I think there's someone imprisoned here. Why don't we go see if we can rescue him really quick? Oh my god, it's Harrison Jones!
Greetings.
Holy crap, it's Harrison Jones, and he startled me so much I started coughing.
Can I help you?
I can't do a Harrison Ford impression, so... Listen, kid, this place is no place for you to be playing around. I'm about to make a break for it. Stick with me, and I'll get you out of here.
See you around.
This is probably my favorite escort quest in the game. You know why? Because the quest objective is to be escorted by him. And the name of the quest is... Dun 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 dun! If you don't get it, let me continue. Dun 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 dun, dun dun dun, dun 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 dun, bum ba da ba ba, bum ba da ba. I should stop before I get sued. This is their ceremonial chamber where I was about to be sacrificed. Time to put an end to all of this. By the way, he looks like that. If you can't get why he's named Harrison Jones, just think about it for a moment. Harrison Solo. I would like that. The Human Church of Light and the Dwarven ones. I'm going to say yes. I think that there is entirely a possible schism that might arise between the two. Oh yeah, by the way, some of the people he's saving here are also people who are going to be sacrificed back in Zulaman. We'll actually be seeing them again in Cataclysm, believe it or not. Odd. Ringing the bell usually does it. Ah, well. I've had enough of this place. I know, Takoida. That's why this is one of my favorite escorts in the game. As he's rescuing us. Which is even funnier since we're this giant Death Knight Worgen thing. Oh my god. Not a snake! Funnily enough, Harrison Jones in character actually doesn't really have a big problem with snakes. He has a problem with rats. I can handle this thing. You just watch my back. Okay, sure thing, buddy. You go ahead and handle it. I'll be up here, waiting for you to do your thing. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. 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 Kill Deutsch. Oh, sorry. So this is as good a time as any to share a story. My sister and I are crazy. So we're sitting there in Vent one night doing these quests. And we noticed the name of the quest is dun 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 dun. So we're like, so we start actually going like this, da, da, da. We just kind of start humming it we're not in Vent, we're actually in Skype, but we start humming it back and forth to each other. And so we're like, da-da-da-da, da-da-da. And then we started talking, but we kept kind of talking in tone to the music. So what happened is that we would constantly talk in the tone of the song that we were singing, and then we would keep doing this for hours. And we did that for like the next 3 hours. Just constantly, every single thing we said as we were talking one with another was in that song. We never stopped, and we just dissolved into insanity that night. It was great. Yes, the one Joker. Although that's not actually an issue anymore, because the copyright was finally released. Frickin' time. See you around, kid. Thanks for escorting me to safety, Harrison. Hey, there's a Pandora in here. I'd do it for you guys, but I'm pretty sure that no one else wants to hear that insanity like we did. Don't worry, we'll be seeing Harrison again in the future. We'll also be seeing all of his people in the future, but most of them will actually be in charge of the expedition to Vashir. And then we'll be seeing them in Oldham as well, so that's nice. Okay. Now that we've killed a bunch of trolls, and gotten their guts, and been escorted to safety by Harrison Jones, why don't we see what's up? Oh.
You got my attention.
Dun, 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 dun. So you survived a little adventure with our good friend, did you? That should be rewarding enough itself, but here, I'm feeling generous.
Watch your back.
Ah, thank you, Death Knight. When time allows, I'll get up and have myself a look around.
Be good.
Hello, Magister. General thoughts on Force Awakens. Huge net positive.
Speak, friend.
What have you found in the crypt for Kraz, Death Knight? Entrails. Interesting choice. Kraz shall see what it is he can learn from them. Thank you for braving the depths of that place. Corruption. Even before you delivered these jars, Kraz could sense it. This corruption fills the ancient Drakari spirits with great angst, and it prevents them from doing anything but listening to Nickelback and combing their hair over their eyes. Kraz will not lie. Cleansing this angst will require a great sacrifice, but we shall speak of that another time. There is one amongst the living who holds the key to its cleansing. Seek out Drakagu and return with the mallet he carries.
Be safe.
Braun is... Okay, Harrison Jones actually was a student of / worked for Braun Bronzebeard. So, yeah. So I'd say at worst a friendly rivalry. We find out about that in Oldham in a really awesome quest chain. Corruption. Oh, not again. Why is everything corrupt in this setting? There was a joke that came out after Cataclysm about how everything in the entirety of the universe was, you know, corrupt. Like they were like, and here's this plot thread. It's because of the old gods. Everything that's happening is happening because of the old gods. The old gods are behind absolutely everything. Because some people were kind of sick of it. I can't say I am sick of it, but that's partially because the old gods are not actually behind everything. They're behind a lot, but not everything. Should I steal it from him? Nah, I'll let him have it. I'll let him have it. By the way, speaking as someone who actually likes several Nickelback songs, I don't see the issue. Oh, you mean this mount? I'm sorry, I missed your question, Turgid. You mean this mount I'm in right now? Because I can tell you where to get this mount. It's not easy, but you can do it. Okay, this mount is the achievement for doing all of the... You get this for doing all of the achievements in 10-man Ice Crown Citadel. I'll even show you the exact achievement. It's right here. Glory of the Ice Crown Raider 10-man. So you have to do all of these achievements, which you can do, as long as you have at least someone who's, you know, a healer. And then you'll get this mount.
Macra.
You have done well thus far, Xylon, but now comes the true test. These Drakari have met you with nothing but savage hostility. You owe them nothing. Few indeed would carry out the task that Kraz asks of you today. To cleanse this place and send the spirits to their eternal rest, you must join them in death. There is one inside the crypt who awaits you on the other side. He holds the knowledge we seek. Use this mallet on the gongs.
May your blades never dull.
This is actually the Bloodbath. I've been wearing the Bloodbath one on my Alliance and the Frostbite one on my Horde. Also, I'm about to say something extremely unpopular. I actually like Chris Metzen's writing. You would not believe how much I am bashed for that opinion. Like, I have gotten really, really violent, horrible, terrible, negative comments from people because of that opinion. I don't like Knack, however. Well, there is one big flaw in Chris Metzen's writing, and it's actually what was just said in chat. He's good at a couple types of writing, and that's really it. So he doesn't have a lot of breadth of variety in his writing. It's all pretty much just this one type of storyline. But he can write that type of storyline pretty well, in my opinion. And he also is pretty much one of the main reasons why StarCraft has an actual story. And why Blizzard has such a story focus in general. A lot of that comes back to Chris Metzen pushing the producers and executive producers all the way back in the 90s for really having more story-focused games. So first of all, I feel grateful to him for doing that. And second of all, like I said, I enjoy some of his writing. Like I said, he's not the best writer ever. But, I mean, who is? Shakespeare? Pfft, that man's a hack. Anyways, your coming has been foretold, friend. It was good of you to come. It be as the prophecies said, mon. A Worgen Death Knight be coming to set our spirits to rest. We've been waiting for a long time now, especially since we have no idea what a Death Knight or a Worgen is. The Drakari have become a lost people, fierce and savage. But we suffer from no fault of our own, mon. This place need a cleansing, and only the living can do with it. Speak to me when you be ready to rejoin your body. Then we take the snow from the chest near here, and put me brothers to sleep. Take the remnants to your spirit guide. He be knowing what to do next. Okay, I'll take that then. And yeah, basically Gnarlex, as pointed out. Remember, Warcraft 2 had barely any story at all. They had a story, but, I mean, yeah. It wasn't until StarCraft that story really became a Blizzard thing. Hey, I totally get your dislike of him, Zawon. Don't mistake me. I get it. I'm not trying to tell you that you should love all his stuff, but I'm also not going to lie about the fact that I enjoy some of his writing, as I already pointed out. It's actually funny you say that, though, Zoan Joker, because that's one of the reasons I enjoyed the Garrosh storyline so much. Of course I did, G-Juice. Are you kidding me? It's me. I could tell you the lore of, like... Well, okay, I don't have a good example. But I'm the lore guy. That's always been my shtick. Anyways, what was I saying? Words. Right! One of the reasons I liked the Garrosh storyline was because of the fact that it had no actual corruption aspect to it. Now that's because the Garrosh storyline was written by someone other than Metzen. So it was nice to see that, that different variety there. But I liked that. And in fact, on the one hand, I liked what they were doing with Grom. I liked what they were doing with Grom Hellscream in alternate Warlords of Draenor. And then they completely flipped around on that, and then I really didn't like what they were doing with it. But I liked where they were starting. For those of you not aware, the whole point is that Grom, again, was just an evil bastard. And in a brutal, horrible, all ends justify the means, screw everything kind of a mentality from the beginning. And then, you know, they completely 180'd on that, and, well, we'll get there. Hey, Metrotech. Are you getting moon or sun? Yeah, and if I'm being completely honest with myself, I don't like that, Rigel. Overwatch has a story, but the fact that it's not going to be in the game is just kind of... You know? And,
Hi, you're a tall
of
one.
course, Hearthstone's story is WoW's story, because Hearthstone is actually happening alongside WoW, basically. It's just you're using cards based off of people from WoW, and you're playing in an actual tavern in WoW. Like, that's the story of Hearthstone.
You have a great day
There's
now.
nothing there. Both. Good answer, Metrotech. Good answer. Ugh. And then, of course, Heroes of the Storm has flavor lore. I even did an entire feature on that. But that's it. There's just flavor lore. There's nothing else there. Now, Hearthstone... Well, that's an interesting question, Norlex, because I have a similar question for you. Why should Magic the Gathering have a story? Now, that's a question that your response to is going to depend... Yes, I did, Psychotic. The answer to that question is going to depend on what you know about Magic the Gathering. For those of you not aware, MTG actually does have a story. Quite a bit of a story, actually. And a story that's been evolving and changing over the years. So, I mean, I'm not saying that to be like, oh, you're wrong. I'm just pointing out the fact that it's not out of bounds for a card game. That is just for fun to have a story, you know? Yeah, the flavor text tells quite a bit of a story by itself, never mind the books, which actually connect it all together. I loved the story of the Mirrodin block, especially the way it tied back in to the, I can't think of the name of it all of a sudden. The previous story arc. The Phyrexian story arc. I loved the way that kind of flowed forward to it, you know?
Thrall.
Have you completed your task in the crypt, Death Knight? You've done well. Please sit and listen. There are many things to discuss. It is good to see you back amongst the living. Many who travel the path of the dead do not return to speak of it. Dude, I've been dead like 3 times already, okay? We're cool. While you were away, a vision appeared to Kraz, revealing the remains of what must be done. A sacred offering lies somewhere inside the crypt. Take the spirit dust fashioned from the remnants you collected, and use it on the offering. The infused offering will bring an end to the corrupted warlord, and release their tormented souls.
For the Horde.
The original Mirrodin block. The one that came out back in like 2004, I want to say. Also known as my favorite block of MTG, and the one I still have a lot of cards from, because hells to the yes. Wait. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. I had an entire mirror deck, which was a lot of fun, too. And, of course, I had the deck that I called the Artifact deck. But I don't want to get too much into MTG. Because that's a whole other thing we could talk about. My point with bringing up MTG into this is I don't really see why lore has to automatically be discounted from a game. Now, don't mistake me. I don't want lore to be done in the expense of the game. You want to make a fun game? That's great. That's what I want primarily. The gameplay to be fun. That's the point, right? But for some people, you know, having a lore backdrop helps add to that fun, helps add to that enjoyment, add to that flavor. For example, I will not be playing Overwatch, and it's not because it's a competitive first-person shooter. It's because the story won't be presented within the course of the lore, within the course of the game, and it won't have, you know, some of the things I actually want from it. So, however competent the game may actually be, it doesn't really matter to me. You know what I mean? Finally, a worthy offering. Nom 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 nom. Duh. What be happening to me, man? No, my God. Well, we just freed a whole lot of Drakari. I sure hope that all the other Drakari we encounter are just as kind and nice and overall positive of people as these ones are. I think he did a good job of it, Magister. I also like his overall approach. I don't know if he's the one behind it, but there's a new writing philosophy in Legion, and it basically boils down to, let's go tie up all the plot threads. They're coming back to a whole bunch of little stories that were left unfinished from across all of WoW, and tying them back up into, finishing off their plot threads. And that's awesome.
Loktar.
And so I like that mentality, and I agree with it wholeheartedly. Yeah, Destiny. Ugh. It's okay, if you go online and read a book, you can... it is done. Your selflessness has brought eternal peace to many souls, ending centuries of misery. May this act lighten your own soul and lessen your burdens, for there are many perils you have yet to face. Farewell.
Go forth to victory.
So just a little bit of background lore in case you're wondering what the hell we just did. Quite some time ago, there was this place called Drakelgin, and that's this place right here. They had a powerful Drakari warlord who used his connection to the Loa and a very powerful curse, basically. He used this curse to ensure that all of those who were his followers would be cursed here basically forever. Now, we don't know the exact methods of this. We don't know exactly what happened. My personal take on it, based on what we know, he was a warlord who was deposed, and his people fought against him and killed him in order to remove him from power. And in his death throes, he cursed all of them. So all of those dead have been here in this place, subservient to him and his spirit for all the years since, until we finally destroy his spirit, which is what we just did, and in so destroying him, free all those spirits forever. Also, another nice example of how death doesn't really have the same impact on trolls that it does other races. Because those trolls were still active and intelligent and functional and everything, despite being dead for centuries. What do you mean, Jujus? Actually, Shiryu, I have heard that quite a few times, yes. I'm not sure what to make about it, but yay! I hope you're having fun at least. Ah, good, good. Now we must act swiftly before the Sons of Iron realize their runes have been rendered harmless. While the runes of compulsion are dormant, there is a chance we can release the ruined giants. I will give you a piece of stone that has been part of me since my creation. If properly imbued, it can be used to free the bound giants. Okay, let's do it. I do some raiding, G-Juice. Nowadays I basically don't. I hit up LFR. See, here's the way my mind tends to work. I enjoyed raiding back in the day, quite a lot actually, but I haven't actually seriously raided, as in trying to push the limits of what I can do and do all the heroic hard mode, achievement, etc. What do you mean, Psychotic? I raised my eyebrow at you. I mean, it's on paper, it's right here, so I can't really give it to you. Anyways, you've missed 2 quests, you're doomed. So I used to do that, but I haven't really enjoyed doing that in a while, and the main reason why is because, I don't really have the time to devote to that anymore. I know, filthy casual, blah, 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 you know, spew your venom elsewhere, it doesn't matter. Point being that I don't have the time to devote that anymore, so now what I do is I think of it in a different direction. One of the things I like doing most in this game is doing all sorts of stuff that I missed, or going to do old achievements, or going back and trying to do, you know, explore old things, or that kind of thing. So I tend to go back a lot and do older content, but I have only a few people to do that. So one of the things that I value is better gear, because better gear actually allows me to accomplish stuff easier. I mean, it is a world of difference between my rogue, who has like like a 500 item level or something ridiculously low like that, and my warrior, who has fully LFR geared and has her legendary ring on. So, yeah, I really, I like gear, and I like doing the new content, and I like trying to accomplish it now and again, and having that feeling of progression. It's just my progression is all in LFR because I don't have people to grade with anymore. Did you find the stones? Excellent. I can detect the power you've imbued in the shard, and hope it will be enough to break the runic magic. The rock you imbued should be powerful enough. Now take it to the rune giants along the shore. If it works, they should return to their senses and stop obeying the Iron Dwarves. If it fails to work, they will be in a weakened state. But what choice do we have? If we do not try, they will remain enslaved and without hope. And vice versa, Rigel, I feel like pointing out. One of the things I get really, really, really sick of hearing is how LFR and LFG should be removed from the game, or Legendary should be removed from the game, or people shouldn't be able to go back and do old content, or people shouldn't be able to get raid mounts, or people shouldn't be able to raid if they're not willing to commit to it. In other words, people on the opposite side of the argument you just presented, Rigel. People who try to make my experience worse because it doesn't adhere to theirs. I really don't see why we can't coexist. You know? And you would be amazed how often I hear that crap. How many times I hear people whine and complain and moan that people like me are destroying this game and should be removed from it and purged from it. You know? It's like, thanks. Appreciate the thoughts there, buddy. I used to think of it like that, Hylisk, but then LFR changed all of that. Also, the new mechanic they introduced changed all of that. The new, you know, based on your level, scaling, increased damage, or lower damage, that kind of thing. You know what, Salty? The only thing I have to complain about? The fact that I haven't eaten food yet. And I will never eat food until I finish the Grizzly Hills. So what you're saying, Raskor, is I am ruining the game. Now, to make one thing clear, I actually speak out in favor of LFR extensively, and I've given my reasons why. But the main reason I say that is because it's the only way at the moment that people like me can actually go back and enjoy that stuff. I wouldn't... I mean, okay. There's a couple of different ways to approach this, which we'll discuss in just a moment. There's really no... damn it, I didn't mean to... Whatever. So first of all, why do I want to raid? Well, there's two big reasons I want to raid. Actually, three. Number one, I would like better gear. I like having a feeling of progression. of accomplishment, of getting better. My level doesn't go up, but my item level goes up, you know? As I've said before, some people don't fully understand this, but your relative power level actually keeps going up after you hit max level. You keep leveling because you get better gear, so I like that feeling of progression. Point 2. I actually enjoy the raids. I enjoy the mechanics. I enjoy thinking about it and trying to figure out how to go through it and all that fun stuff. Point 3. I enjoy the lore. There's a tremendous amount of lore. In fact, it could be argued almost every single one of the primary plot lines of this entire game are actually in the raids. And they are intricately tied into the primary plots of every expansion. And of course in vanilla as well. So, one of the first things you could do is you could remove the lore from the equation. Literally make it so it's just, here's Hyjal. However, if you were paying attention, I hated Hyjal, especially given the fact, I mean, granted, it was kind of a badly designed raid, but especially given the fact that it had zero lore significance. Nothing to do with anything, just, here's Hyjal, go have fun. So I'm not really in favor of that idea overall, but that is an option. Second option, what we have right now, LFR. The fact that you can go ahead and group with total strangers in an easy mode version of it to go after it. That has some very obvious flaws that are so obvious I don't even feel the need to mention them. But it does at least allow people to go and enjoy that content. So I have the availability now of actually going ahead and doing the content and seeing the raids and, you know, doing all three of those things. Next option. Final option. Why don't we go ahead and make it so that we take the scaling concept to its furthest extent? Now, I've already said this on this chat, but I've got another idea to toss at you, which I'll toss at you as soon as I turn in this quest. Which is to say, it's an uncertain thing. I wish it was not a matter of chance. But at least we're on the right path. Without your help, this wouldn't have even been possible. Should you learn more about the machinations of the Iron Dwarves and seek their plans towards the Children of Stone, we will hear you. Probably not, Salty, no. Probably not. Anyone remember in Kata where you had to actually physically go to a dungeon to be able to queue LFG for it? You know, you had to discover it. So there's a couple of other options that don't involve LFR that could still have the full rating experience for people who are not me, and still being able to experience the content for people who are like me. But I'll discuss that in just a moment. First, we gotta get some quests.
What's on your mind?
You don't look like a research assistant, which is just as well. The Iron Dwarves are looking to prepare for war, and my research team hasn't returned. We could use some help around here. The Iron Dwarves are making no secret of the fact they're preparing for war. Giants, golems, lightning elementals, they'd have a technological advantage against the Westfall Brigade. If they don't find a passage north in time, the Irons could take them by surprise. We've got to tie them up here, and I've got just the way to do it. Dun Argul is full of runesmiths churning out war golems. They carry out plans for specific pieces, so you'll need to find and assemble the parts.
Off with you. No.
Rhaegar sent a team of prospectors into Dun Argul to search for artifacts and important information about the history of the settlement. His team never expected Dun Argul to be this heavily populated. They're being held captive while the Iron Dwarves prepare for war. We haven't had the men to charge in after them, and Rhaegar's too busy fantasizing about defeating the Irons to be of much help. It falls to you.
Safe travels.
Okay, I can do that. Yes, the scaling tech is the first option, as Permeus just mentioned. Yeah, no kidding, Hylisk. Anyway, so the scaling option is the first option. In other words, we have the technology now, in the game, it already exists, to scale content down. How far down you want to scale it? Well, that's an interesting question. The first and most obvious option is scale it down to 5-man, because the 5-man is basically the unit of currency when it comes to World of Warcraft. So have it so that a 5-man can go and do raids. Now this has actually been brought up before to developers, and the developers' response was, well, we want raids to be different than dungeons. Call me crazy, but that just sounds like a lazy answer. Now, in the interest of fairness, to argue the other side of things, scaling down is not just a stats thing. being able to scale down does involve some decent amount of work on their behalf, and they do need to do that work, and that is basically increasing their workload. So that is something that I will acknowledge freely. Okay. So that's one of the big downsides of that option. Of course, the other option is being able to scale down to 3 people. Now, 3, you might ask why 3. In my personal opinion, unless they fundamentally change the nature of the gameplay, which I'll talk about last, 3 is the minimum amount of people required to actually make a group function balance-wise, because then you have all 3 aspects of a group. DPS, healer, tank. Now, you could supplant those. You could have like 2 tanks and a healer, or 3 tanks, or 2 healers and a tank, or whatever. But no matter how you get that down, the 3-man pyramid, the Triforce, for lack of a better term, is basically one of the easiest and simplest and best possible group sizes to balance. Speaking as someone who has worked on balancing games before, trust me. When you add more or less, it gets interesting. So. You know, I'm a little surprised they haven't implemented that already, sure, you know. But anyways, so those, and of course you could also make it so you could scale it all the way down to the individual. Although that is unlikely to really succeed because one person pulling off, that would be awesome, Mind Blast. I would love that. I doubt it'll ever happen. They don't even know I exist. Even though I'm doing a WoW lore run during the Blizzard's 20th anniversary. But, yeah. You get my point, though, Permeus. At least I assume you do. Anyways, hey, Reach. So, now there is kind of another alternative here, rather than allowing you to have, you know, the scaling thing going on. The other alternative is do what Guild Wars 1 did. You may be like, well, what the hell is Guild Wars 1? It's funny because we actually thought they were going to do this. We genuinely thought they were finally taking the final step to implement the Guild Wars 1 system when Pandaria came out. So, you might like, okay, what's the Guild Wars 1 system? Because I'm sure some of you haven't played Guild Wars 1. In Guild Wars 1, there's a concept called henchmen and a concept called heroes. Okay? Now, henchmen are generic NPCs with pre-built stats and specs and equipment that you can then invite to your group. This system right here is why Guild Wars is a co-RPG and not an MMORPG. It's like the biggest single reason why it is that. Because you have a group size of 8 men, basically. But Pax and I 2-manned the entirety of all of Guild Wars 1. How could we 2-man a game that has 8 people in it? Because you can invite in to make up for the holes in your group. So we have 2 players and 6 henchmen. You with me? Then they implemented the hero system. Now the hero system is one of the most brilliant things Guild Wars 1 have ever done. The hero system is, I don't even know how to explain how awesome it is. I have had so much fun with the hero system. Because here's how the hero system works. Okay, you still have the NPC, and they still have a class, but everything else is up to you. You go out and earn their skills, give them abilities, set their bar. You know, it's like this. Basically, imagine in WoW terms, you could set up a Death Knight, and you could say what spec that Death Knight is, which abilities are on his bar. You could set up his equipment, you could set up his runes, you could set up his glyphs. For all intents and purposes, you're basically setting up another player that is then run by the AI. And it was awesome! It was so awesome and so fun, and it made it so we not only could 2-man an 8-man game, but we also we were invested in our NPCs. We were invested in these heroes that were following us around. Because it's like, okay, well, I want to make sure I get this item, and I really could use a better staff for this character, and I really need to get this ability, which means I have to go to this zone. We would actually go out and do stuff just to gear up and spec up our heroes. Imagine what life that would breathe into WoW if they enabled that. The AI was actually quite good, yes. Now, you're probably thinking, well, that sounds like an incredibly complicated thing to do. And you're right. However, they have since solved... Oh, the Mersat. Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that? Okay. They have since solved the biggest problem that system had. It worked in Guild Wars 1 because there was one thing that Guild Wars 1 didn't have. You ready for this? This is what is not a Guild Wars 1. A jump button. Guild Wars 1 has no Z-axis. So everything is always adherent to a single 2D plane. So imagine if I could never jump, I could never go up. So like, for example, to use an example, I could not go down this path right now. There would be, because there's no Z-axis. So I could only go up to an invisible wall and walk along that wall like this. Adding the Z-axis makes that more complicated. However, Blizzard has been working on solving the Z-axis problem for NPCs since BC. They actually implemented an NPC. He was a rogue in Nagrand whose only purpose, it was an NPC, and his only purpose was to test making it so that an NPC could move through the Z-axis. They did this a bit in Wrath with the tossing the food and whatnot, I pointed out. They did this a little bit more in Cataclysm. And as of Pandaria, they finally actually implemented henchmen as a thing. They did it in the scenarios, the testing grounds, and they did it for the legendary cloak chain. So in 2 actual systems, they have actually already implemented the henchmen. It was just for those specific quests and for that specific instance, and that's it. The tech already exists, is what I'm trying to say. They have solved the problems of the Z-axis. They could implement that if they bothered to sit down and work on it. It's a feasible reality now, whereas before it was just like, oh, it would be nice. This is the other option. You could have the scaling down to the 3-man, or you could implement heroes and henchmen. Both of those would solve the LFR problem without having to compromise anything in the other direction.
Great to meet you.
So, just wanted to say that. Anyways, of course, the easiest answer is to just keep using LFR. I mean, that they've already got the simple system in place, so there's no reason to do that, but whatever. So they mentioned Loken and a war against the Stone Giants. Rhaegar's instincts were right. We need to get in there and find out more about their plans.
See you soon.
If, as Prospector Verona said, only certain Irons are permitted to communicate with this Loken, it'll probably be a privilege that the Overseers have. We'll have to get you in there and see what all this is about, but it won't be too easy. The first step will be to get you a proper uniform. Then we'll worry about getting your makeup. First, one of the Overseers. Kill him.
Be good.
Kill him.
You got my attention.
That would be nice, Dakota. I agree on that, actually, completely. Oh, you got all of them. Brilliant. Can't wait to see the looks on their faces when the golem's done. We've got the blueprints, but we can't do much without the parts. We don't have access to a foundry, much less materials. But there's a whole load of parts up in Dunar Gol. Your job is to give them a new home. They're likely to be scattered around the buildings where the iron runesmiths are working. And I wouldn't blame the Irons for getting cranky when you try to filch their handiwork. The more parts you can bring, the better we can make this golem.
Watch your back.
As an aside, by the way, getting back to the Guild Wars 1 thing. One thing I want to point out is that people keep being like, WoW's dying. Those people are stupid. But I'm going to explain why, rather than just calling them stupid. Every single MMO ever follows a very simple path in terms of its popularity. Every single MMO that has ever been does this same thing. Here's what the path does. Starts off, gets to the peak, whatever that peak is, for how many people are playing it, dies out until only the people who are really invested in it keep playing, and then it plateaus until it's finally pulled off. That's what every single MMO has ever done. It gets popular, gets unpopular, and then it reaches the point where everyone playing is going to keep playing, and they don't really get any new players, but they don't also lose any players, so they plateau, and then that just stays until the company finally pulls the plug on the MMO. That's what every MMO has done. So every time someone says WoW is dying, I just kind of roll my eyes a little bit. The subscriptions will level out at some point or another. We just don't know at what point in time we will reach that point. You know, at what level of subscriptions we will have. I do find it interesting, though, that Blizzard is doing something that no other MMO company has ever actually done to the extent they're doing. And they're trying really, really hard to engage new players. That's one of the reasons behind the Cataclysm changes. That's one of the reasons behind a lot of the mechanic changes. They keep going through and saying, well, let's make it easier for new players to pick up WoW. I'm not sure what I think about that strategy. It's a bit of a gamble. It's quite a bit of a gamble. Now, I'm not going to talk about the community because that's a gray morass of gray. There's nothing defined that I can say about the community. I could talk about how occasionally I meet random people and they're awesome. I could talk about how I tend to interact with most of the people on my LFR, and it's awesome. I could talk about how, you know, I tend to interact with my friends, and that's awesome. But as I've said before, the old era of the, you know, the open world explorative, here's an MMO, let's find out what's behind the next corner, oh my god, here's another player, let's talk with them. That's dead. That's dead in every MMO. That's been dead for years. So, I can't argue that that concept of community, if that's what we're defining community as, is dead, because it is, and has been for a long time. Not just in WoW, but in gaming in general. You know, the sad thing is, Hylisk, we don't actually know if they have the ability to do that anymore. If they didn't keep backups, basically. That would suck, wouldn't it? I think Dating Simulator is probably the best one, Magister. Followed shortly, of course, by Dance Dance Revolution. No, in all seriousness, though, I don't think there's many genres that Warcraft would not fit to. Warcraft RTS might even fit. How's that for a weird thought? That's exactly my point, Wraith. Gaming as a whole has moved on. So that entire concept of that community has moved on. It's gone. It's moved on. We're on the next phase of gaming at this point. You know? Oh yes, arcades with no story in them. Because that's what I want out of a fighting game. Zero story.
Well met.
Did you get the uniform? This should do. I won't have time to sew a new little patch with Xylem embroidered on it or anything, but anyone looking closely at you should be convinced you're an overseer by the time we're done with you. Now we've got the uniform. We've got to get the information to complete your camouflage. Rhaegar brought this camera to document the team's finds, but I have a different use in mind. I want you to take it with you to do our goal. I want you to take it and capture the images of the Iron Dwarfs.
Keep your feet on the ground. Talk to me.
I see you've made it out in one piece. Do you have the parts? Oh no, it's gonna be harder than I thought. These things don't have serial numbers or anything, do they? Never a gnome around when you need one. We're almost there, but the Warcraft won't run without power cells. From the information I was able to gather in Dunor Gul before we were discovered, Runesmith Durar and Runesmith Keror each carry one of the power cells.
Off with you.
Let's do it. Yes, I finished Fallout 4. Sorry, missed the question there while I was reading. Oops, wrong place, wrong place. I have to admit, I rather enjoy the aesthetic of the Iron Dwarf buildings. But then I always enjoyed this, like, harsh angles made of iron aesthetic. It's one of the things I wanted to see more of in Warlords, actually. And sadly, didn't. You have had way more positive an experience than I have, then, Sir Arthur. I mean, I have definitely met some strangers in the world in GTA Online. And then I stopped playing GTA Online, except with my friends, because, oh my god! Those terrible, terrible people. Holy crap. Ugh. That's kind of a thing in general as well, Wraith, if you've noticed. That's not just a thing in gaming. But that is also a very big thing in gaming. Gaming communities have become much more contained, for lack of a better word to use there. So you'll find, like, if you can get into a specific community of people who like insert thing A, then they'll usually be like, hey, that's awesome. But finding those communities and getting into them, that's the hard part. No, I did that years ago, Little Billy. I mean, I'm not the Lich King. Oh, God. Damn it, Reach. I was not ready for that. Oh, shoot. Holy crap. Everyone, it is Reach's birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday in advance, Reach. I hope you're doing many fun things and having an awesome time and are not watching me stream World of Warcraft. And that's 8 to Skittles, which is this one. Back to Skittles' suit while we're at it.
Oh, I have just the thing, Wanderer.
Just think, in Legion, we'll be able to actually set you'll be able to like have setups that it's just you can hit a button and you switch to a transmog instead of having to do this manually each time. I really am looking forward to the Legion transmog system. I really am.
Good fortune to all friends of the Grummels.
By the way, that's a Grummel. He used to be a dwarf. Seriously, we'll talk about them when we get to Pandaria, though. Alright, now that we're Skittles, and we're never going to not be Skittles. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. We're Skittles forever. We are Super Skittles, because Reach is Skittles. Super Skittles should be like the name of a superhero, guys. What do you guys think? Super Skittles, killing them all. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Ah! No! Quick! I have to pretend I didn't hear it. No. No. Definitely no donation just came in. No. It's not a thing. Quick. Gotta at least finish this quest while Skittles. In honor of Reach's birthday. It's a fact, but I forget where it's confirmed, Magister. Might have been from archaeology, because I know it's a very, very esoteric thing about the Grummels. Like, I had to go digging for that one. Okay. We are still Skittles Man, for now. But unfortunately, we are about to stop being Skittles Man. But nevertheless, we will remain Skittles Man for right now in honor of Reach's birthday. Okay, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. I'm watching the clock. Bam. 30 minutes of Skittles just for Reach's birthday. Fwah. Behold. The Skittles suit. Isn't it glorious? Wait till you see it on a human. Behold. The beard and the mutton chops just sell it, don't you think? Yes. Behold the power! Or, I mean... that's not using transmob, basically, Wraith. That's just wearing our default armor, which has not won this entire time.
What's on your mind?
Did you get those snapshots? Ah, good. That should do for now. Not to create the... Oh, I should update the total before I forget. Sorry, hang on. There. Don't want to forget that. Good, that should do. Not to create a kit for you to pass off as a convincing Iron Dwarf. Using the images you've captured, I've created everything you need to create your Overseer disguise kit. You'll make a fine Iron Dwarf, if I do say so myself. Take the kit with you to do Nargul. Use it to disguise yourself, and then go to the easternmost building on the road. There you should see a pedestal where the Thane and the Overseers receive their orders from Loken.
Safe travels.
Ah, what just happened? Who just donated? Oh my god. Psychotic donated. First of all, thank you, Reach. Thank you, Zuan. Thank you, Psychotic, for your donations. Second of all, Psychotic just donated to Skittles. So we're going to go ahead and up to... So what's that at? That's... this much. Bzz. No! Just stop, okay? Just let it be.
Here there.
Do you have the power cells? You know what? I'm just going to tell you what we're doing, because we've kind of lost track here. What we're doing is we're trying to find out exactly what the Iron Dwarves are up to and why they're doing it. And we're also trying to weaken the Iron Dwarven forces here, because they pose a very real and present threat to the Alliance forces here. Oh, and also the Horde, but as we all know, we hate the Horde, so we're okay with the Horde dying. So, you know, the general concept... Where's the... The general concept is to push back the Iron Dwarven forces, and... I mean, why are they coming after this? We already saw in the previous area where we were encountering the Iron Dwarves in the Howling Fjord that they were fighting against the local giants, but we never really got a good motivation for them. This again leads us to that, you know, what are the motivations of the old gods thing. Of course, blood brother, for Canada! Dry. Ah! Apparently the Doom guy has popped in to ensure that we will remain this way. Wow. And here I thought the normal suit might actually catch up. Little did I know. Holy crap. Thank you, Zoan Joker. Whoops, not that guy. Don't care about him. Don't care about any of these. I care about you. Hey, buddy. Hello, Achku. Achku. No. Yes, the one Joker has conquered the slut suit. I'm still adhering to Reach's birthday wishes, because it's his birthday, and that's kind of a unique thing. But after that, sexy suit is on. I mean, slut suit. Because it's really not... I was actually talking to my sister about this. We were like, you know, it's really not a sexy suit. You're just saying that to be nice. And I'm like, yeah. Because it's not sexy. It looks terrible. I understand, Juju's. It's all good. This is Wrath, Achku. This is the Wrath of the Lich King. Energy collection complete. Yeah. Alright. It's time to get our message from Loken. That's true, Reach. It has evened out more than it used to be. Quite a bit. Now, I fear this, I can't call the Worgen's suit a slut suit, because it just looks awesome on the Worgen. It looks frickin' amazing. But you know what? I want to play an Iron Dwarf. There, I said it. I want to play an Iron Dwarf, damn it. They're cool! They've got lightning beards, and they've got runes, and they're made out of iron. I don't know what else to say to that. They're awesome. I would love to play an Iron Dwarf. But whatever. Hey, it's Loken. Except he's not... Oh, you're late, Overseer. Destiny will not wait. Your craftsmen must increase their production of the war golems before the stone giant leader and his army reach Ulduar. Tell your runesmiths to continue converting what stone giants you can. Those that do not submit must be destroyed. If the stone giants interfere in our work at Ulduar, I will hold you and your Thane responsible. Mortals must not be allowed to come to the aid of the giants. Return to your duties, Overseer. Be certain to impress upon your workers the urgency of their tasks. That's a good point. There it is. The skimpy suit. There you go. That works. I actually have to use this, because I didn't actually get credit for that. Hello, Loken. So this is Loki. I mean, Loken. I actually kind of like his design. And the design of the Watchers in general. He is what we would call a generic watcher, but we'll see some more customized watchers later when we get to Ulduar. By the way, you can literally see the iron bolts that are keeping our shoulders and our chest piece together. Just another nice facet of this. Lorerun! Well, he's a bastard. Nobody likes him. So, God! Are you sure, War Rager? I mean, I'm glad you got a big tax refund, but, I mean... You don't have to. In honor of that, I will read these in a Dwarven accent. Finally, it's ready. I only hope it holds together long enough to get the job done. If you don't take out the Thane, Captain Gyron will be in for a nasty surprise.
Be good. Off with you.
If you want to, Warrior, I'm not going to say no. I'm just giving you the option. I literally have a refund button I can hit, if you want me to.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, I've done it before. My viewers can prove this. I've actually refunded donations before. Could it be that Loken isn't really exaggerating? The Titan's stone and iron sons fighting against each other for control of the ancient city of Ulduar. This is madness, and it could destroy our one chance of true history for Dwarven kind. Alright, War Wager. You say so. So he donated towards this suit, which means that's actually the one that's winning right now. However, once again, in honor of Reach, I'm still keeping it on until that number right there says 252. Until that number says 252, I'm keeping this suit on for Reach's birthday, regardless of the number. But soon, you might wonder, what does the default suit look like? I can actually show you, because it's just the gear we're actually equipping. This over here on the left, this is what the default suit looks like, as you can see right there. So,
How are you?
Thank you, War Wager. It means a lot to me. Now that you've charged up your war golem, we're going to put all that energy to good use. Activate the golem and take control of it. Our information about Dunar God's leader, the Iron Thane Fury. Fury Hammer suggests his bodyguard protects him from all harm. That bodyguard is the... Wow, Zuan. You know, the funny thing is, I think you're the only one who's donated for the slut suit this entire time. Holy crap. Wow. What? I don't even remember what I was saying. Let's go take this guy out. Yeah,
Watch your back.
Let's go. Let's crush Dunar Gul. See you around, Dakota. You know what? Hang on a second. I have seen a large number of people who have spammed with virus sites or other terrible things. Yeah, it's just... I've thought about it, Little Billy, but I like that command because it's very me, and it catches my attention instantly. So... Alright, so why don't we do this and this. Okay. Alright, where was I? Wraith, it feels very embarrassing. I mean, I'm grateful. It's why I can continue to exist and have food and a roof over my head. Remember, this is my job, right? So I'm very, very grateful, but I still get really embarrassed. I kind of wish that I would win the lottery so I would stop having to accept tips like this. Little Billy... I guess I could just for the WoW lore run. What's your suggestion? Because I probably have it already. I have a lot of WoW music. Oh, right, I'm supposed to be a... I am an iron dude. Beep, boop. I am an iron golem. This is the second time I've been able to be an iron guy. This is great. Hey, what's up? Be destroyed. Destroy. Destroy. You will die for the glory of the Iron Dwarves. Except it's not... Ah, crap. Hang on. One moment, please. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. The anvil has aggroed me. Beep, boop. Why? What did... Do it. Okay, now run! Run away! Oh, God. Beep, boop. Destroy. Destroy. Well, thank you, Dark Archon. Call to Arms. Which game is that from, specifically? Stairs are my enemy. Beep, boop. Must destroy all stairs. All stairs must die. I constantly try to empty them, Wraith. It is something I do. Beep, boop. Okay, okay, we're safe, we're safe. Be free. I don't even know what Gloria is. Is it a song? Here, I'll sing it. Gloria, Gloria, Gloria. There you go, there's the song. Hey, look. I'm in the Skittle suit. See reach? It's right here. Especially this chest piece, which is the most disgusting chest piece in the world. I mean, look at this thing. Look at this damn thing. It's just... Anyways. It's from WoW, apparently. Well, shoot, I don't know. There's more than one Warcraft game. Come on, man. Well, I don't actually have that song. Or at least I don't have it named that. What's it play at? You know, what's it from? Give me something to go off of. Let me just find my Warcraft music, which is right here. You know what? Here, we'll just play some real WoW-related music. How's that sound, guys? As soon as I find the right song. There we go.
You got my attention.
It worked. I mean, of course it worked. This is incredible. Years from now, the Explorers League initiates will hear stories of how Rhaegar Breakbow, Xylom, and some hunk of junk defeated a Thane of Doom Algor.
Be good. Watch your back.
Is that everything? That is everything. It's time to wrap up Grizzly Hills. Alright, so. Oh, that song. Okay. So, which part of that song do you want? Were you suggesting, Little Billy? Hello, mini bees. Neck. After we finish this up, I have thought many times about voice acting, but I doubt I could make a living off of it, so I have given up thinking about it. Same reason I gave up the idea of writing professionally. Kargath, Wraith. Kargath Bladefist. the server. That was one of the songs from the Pit of Saran. I have no idea what it's called because it's literally labeled as Pit of Saran 2. They tried that in Northrend and it wasn't really popular at Rebony. I think that's one of the reasons they gave up on that. So this is the last chunk of quests that we will be doing. Behold!
You need something?
Samir Duran. Here to get in on the bounty hunting action, huh?
Be careful.
Yes, I did, Magister. A little bit, but I mostly talked about Vordrassil in the fur box. Old Bud's seen better days. Ever since our stay in the Ghostlands, he's been useless to us. We've had to find ways to make it on our own. Today, that means selling trolls to the highest bidder. Good luck, Jijus. I hope it goes well for you. Fortunately, we've recently found a use for Bud. Something about his condition allows him to mingle with the local trolls, so we taught him a game that's turned us a tidy profit. See for yourself. Talk to Bud, take him southwest, and use him to cage a troll.
See you later.
So, once again, several of these people are from the Ghostlands, and a few of them are from Zulamon, like him.
Hey there.
So this is Bud. Bud kind of got cursed by the Amani trolls and kind of went crazy as a result of the curse kind of affecting his brain. But it's okay. Don't worry, he's still, a functional person. We'll also be seeing him in Cataclysm. Twice.
Safe travels.
Okay, man. We be telling close to my troll brothers. Yeah, come on, Bud. Let's go. He's wielding a frying pan, if you can't tell there. You sure we be going the right way, mon? I wonder if I can ride. Keep up, Bud. You're right, Nethrazim. Hey, mon. Take me to my troll brothers. It's actually kind of hard to do a bad troll accent with him. Alright. There's a troll right there. Go get him. Get him. Get him. No, crap. Now I gotta kill him. Here. Hey.
How are you?
Oh, right. I have to actually use the button. I didn't even see that. So we're playing tag with Bud and his troll brothers. You'll be in for it now, brother. So yeah, we have captured one of the ice trolls. I'm pretty sure he's not trolling me. His accent's a dead giveaway. Wait. That's correct, Nethrazim. He's also the one who helps us get out of the Tolvir cages in Uldum.
Hey there.
Great work, Death Knight. Looks we'll be keeping Bud around a little longer. We'll have your cage picked up right away. Oh, and here's your share of the bounty.
Have a good one.
Hey! This troll wants to talk to me. Okay. So let's see what this guy has to say.
Greetings, man.
Watch yourself, man. Drakuru, Drakuru strunk more Worgen heads than I can remember, which is saying something, because he's probably never seen a Worgen before. let's go ahead and treat this with the seriousness it deserves, because this is a really horrifying quest chain. Actually, I think we're going to cut off here instead. I'm going to go ahead and do lunch right now, because this leads so smoothly into the next zone that it might as well be part of the next zone. So that's basically it for the Grizzly Hills. We'll be doing a few more cleanup quests here, and dealing with this random troll that I'm sure has nothing to do with anything. I will be back as soon as I finish lunch. So see you in a bit, guys.